Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day, another week, another edition, another broadcast of the CranKy Ducklings of H.4.0.S Open Cup number 9. Welcome. It's been a couple of days. It's crazy. It's already been a couple of days. It feels like it's been years, Poppy, since our last broadcast. Hope you've all been doing well. I apologize for the downtime here. Again, we missed out on a couple of days of casting. I do apologize. That was not the initial plan. I did intend to miss out on Tuesday as I was traveling. Fun fact for those who are maybe a little bit curious, I won't dox myself or anything, but essentially I have a sister, I have a nephew, I have a newborn nephew, and I did travel to see them, did travel to meet them. They do not live close to me. It's like a 6-hour drive, and ironically it's like a 6-hour trip to actually get there. So I did travel the outback, the Australian outback, did visit them for a couple of days, did come back. I did come back in time for Kung Fu Cup. Last night was Kung Fu Cup, and I was originally intending to cast Kung Fu Cup, but it's by the time I did, I was too tired. I was far too tired. I was just completely worn out. So I opted not to end up covering Kung Fu Cup last night. Likewise, H.4.0.S Open Cup was also last night as well. And if I can't do one, I can't quite do the other either. I just passed the hell out, went to bed. So we missed out on a day of casting. I missed out on Kung Fu Cup, and I missed out on the H.4.0.S Open Cup as well. And we're here to catch up. We're here to make up for some lost time. The H.4.0.S Open Cup was broadcasted less than 24 hours ago, and now we're back with the replays. A big shout out to Kashim, by the way. Kashim, of course, El Padrino of the Polish community, of the Polish scene. He is the person behind Eligilak, and also the person that runs these tournaments. For those that are curious, what even is the H.4.0.S Open Cup, as this is usually held a couple of hours from now. I say a couple, like usually in like 7 hours time from this moment. At that kind of time slot, I should say. It is a Polish tournament. It is a bi-weekly Polish tournament, and I believe we have a couple more of these to go, and there's going to be an offline kind of seasonal finals being set up at a LAN in Poland. You can check out the VODs. We have plenty of VODs of this tournament and plenty of VODs of the LAN as well over on our YouTube channel. Again, we've been casting the H.4.0.S Open Cups and the H.4.0.S SC2 circuits for a couple of years at this point. It's been really great to see the Polish community thrive and the Polish community really have something to play in to compete against each other and improve with each other as well. This is how we got to see the rise of Cristiano and Geralt many years ago at this point, rising through the ranks, surpassing players like Mana. We saw Papi rise up. We saw, of course, Alasia and Spirit go back and forth, and more often than not, Spirit come out on top instead. I would say currently the Spirit, I mean, for quite some time now, the Spirit has been the best player in all of Poland, but again, it's been great to see that rise over the years, that rise over these events. It's been great to bear witness, and it's not over. We have another H.4.0.S Open Cup here for you tonight. So you can already see the matchups here. We have Geralt versus Snockstar in a PvZ. Also, before we get too ahead of ourselves, a big shout out to Soundo in the chat. Papi. Oh my god. Hello, Soundo. Missed last night because someone was out with the dingoes. Ah, true, Papi, true. And ironically, what did I see? I saw, what was I gonna say? I almost said feral. A wild kookaburra. There you go. Wild kookaburra. I didn't see any kangaroos. I saw a lot of cows. I saw a lot of sheep. I saw some goats. I saw pelicans. There are a lot of pelicans. Ducks as well. Quack, Papi, quack. On my adventures, on my travels. Maybe I'll post some photos at some point. Maybe I'll post some photos. The best part was meeting the ducks, though. That was the best part. And also chickens. Fun fact, my sister, they own like 7 chickens, and I brought a bunch of eggs back with me. I got a lot of eggs. I'm gonna make some omelets tomorrow. I'm gonna have to make use of them, of course. She's like, Papi, like, I'm drowning in eggs. I can't eat enough. They're just making too many. Help me. I'm like, oh, I'll eat the eggs. I'll do my part. I'll eat the eggs. Let's go. But yeah, we're here. We're back with some Polish StarCraft action. And as I mentioned before, this is going to be a replay cast. So be wary of the bracket link. There's a command in the chat to get a link to the Wikipedia page, but be wary as there are spoilers there. The events did occur less than 24 hours ago. Again, I'm just trying to catch up here live. I'm not privy to the spoilers. I haven't looked at the bracket myself. I never do when it comes to these replay casts. I try to keep myself, you know, secluded away from that and try to focus on what is ahead of us. And I'm excited. I'm ready for it. Here we go. Game 1 between Geralt and Snogstar going to be on Golden Aura. Let's go. Give me a moment here while we set things up. Bam. On a planet that orbits its sun by 3 hours, it haven't been years. True. See, Einstein, he knows, Bobby, he knows. And here we go, we're diving into our first series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player. Wait, what? Protoss? Oh, no. What happened, Bobby? What happened? This, you know what? You know who I blame? Eba. It has to be his fault. In the top left-hand corner, we have typically a Zerg player, but he is off racing as Protoss because nowadays everyone's playing Protoss. You know, you have to... How else do you win, Puppy? How else do you win? We have the Polish Protoss player representing Platinum Esports. It is Snogstar. I'm shaking my head. I didn't even know. I didn't even know coming into this that he was going to be playing Protoss. So already a bit of a surprise here. For those that are unfamiliar, Snogstar is the cheesiest Zerg player in all of Europe, I think. I think I would give him that mantle. Like, not just cheesiest Zerg player in all of Poland, but in all of Europe right now. I think I stand by that. But here he is switching to Protoss instead. I have heard from him before. I remember he was shooting into OC King of the Hill, and he saw that everyone was off racing. Like, we saw Geralt off race, we saw Eba, we saw a lot of people, even players that we didn't really expect to do so, play the off race instead. And I remember Snogstar being jealous. I remember Snogstar being like, I want to off race. I want to show off my Protoss. And here it is. I'm ready for it. I'm excited. 2-gate opener. It's going to be a 2-gate opener here from Snogstar. Likewise, a 2-gate opener here from Geralt as well. I know that Snogstar was talking up his Protoss before in the chat, in the Twitch chat, I mean. So I'm curious if there's any bite behind that. You know, is it all bark and no bite, or can he really flex that Protoss? I'm ready. The probe just going to be tasting away here at the mineral line, just being an annoyance. We do have a Stalker Sentry-based opener here from Snogstar. Geralt across the map, being a little bit greedier here, going for a single Sentry-based opener. So basically, Geralt, he's cutting some corners, and with this saved minerals, with this saved resources, we can go for a faster expansion or go for fast attack. I'm curious. I'm excited. Let's go. As the probe is finally going to be going down, Stalker is coming out. Behind this, there's that faster Nexus is going to be thrown down here for Geralt. So Geralt, he will have a more economic opener overall, only making a single sentry so far. And Snogstar, how do we respond with an all-in? Gateways across the map, it's going to be 3 gates in total. This could be a 4-gate all-in. We could go for a Robo. To be fair, if there was a Robo alongside this, it would already be on the way. We would already be seeing that Robo in production. So without it, this is feeling a little bit different here. I'm leaning more along this along the lines of a 4th gateway. Until then, though, we're moving out across the map. 2 Stalkers, 2 Sentries. Expansion from Snogstar. Okay, I was waiting for the money to be spent somewhere, and it's being spent on a base. And I wonder, do we even intend to saturate that natural? Or are we just throwing everything down again? The natural base has been scouted. Looks like Snogstar is going to be transitioning, at least from Geralt it looks to be the case. But here come the Warpins. Here come the reinforcements from Snogstar. 3 Stalkers, 3 Sentries against what? Against 1 Stalker, 2 Sentries here out of Geralt. Geralt does have the shield battery. Because his Nexus is so fast, he will have the overcharge available as well. We'll have it available, and here we go. We're diving on in. Show us the force fields. So far, decent force fields, but the shield battery does kick in. We shut down one of those Stalkers. We shut down a second Stalker as well. And with the overcharge, Geralt does not lose a single unit. Takes down 2 Stalkers and a Sentry. Did I say 1 Sentry, 2 Sentries, 3 Oh, it's all going to go down. It's all going to go down at this point. Barely the Sentry does not escape. That was a brutal fight for Snogstar. You can see the trades here. 2 Stalkers, 3 Sentries for 1 Sentry. Ay, ay, ay. Not a good trade. Finally, we catch one more, but the Immortals arrived. Behind this, we had a Robo-based opener. The Immortal has arrived, and Geralt is completely shutting this down. And behind this Snogstar, he just doesn't really have much going for him. He does have a Twilight Council. Charges on the way. Interesting upgrade. But before we can get into charge, Geralt, he's going to be cleaning this up and moving out across the map. Here comes the War Prism to reinforce. He only has 2 gateways, doesn't have the most reinforcements behind this, but there we go, Twilight Council's on the way. And Geralt can soon push out. Snogstar in a rough position. I mean, he's got an okay worker count, but his tech is lacking, and even then his worker count is low. Looks like his plan is to maybe take a 3rd base and expand. Geralt is going to engage here in the center of the map. Immortal pushes forward. Oh! So you get a Stalker. Getting a 2nd Stalker as well. Getting a Sentry. Oof. Snogstar in quite a bit of trouble here. I mean, he will soon have charge. His charge is finishing up in a couple of seconds. That is true. But even with charge, it's going to be difficult to engage. Especially with these force fields. Yeah, boys are being pulled. And we just pull back here to the choke point, to the ramp. And just like that, half the Zealots can't even engage. Now they dive in. Good juggling here out of Geralt. Does save his Immortal. With these reinforcements, it looks like Snogstar is going to be able to barely hold on. Even then, oh my god, the choke point is brutal. GG gets called. The force field's a little bit too good, and Geralt will take game number 1. GG. And the question becomes, is Snogstar going to commit to Protoss? That was game 1 is Protoss. What do you have in store for us for game number 2? Let's go. I'm ready. I'm excited. Show us what you got. Again, Snogstar, he usually plays Zerg. Zerg is his main race. And we've seen Snogstar take it to Geralt to the pass with his Zerg. With his Protoss, that was my first time seeing it. And talking a little bit about that game and walking back a little bit to game number 1, the biggest problem there was I was going to say indecisiveness. It wasn't indecision, but it was just a suboptimal build out of Snogstar. Basically what happened was it looked like he was trying to fake out a more standard game by going for that Nexus. When he did, it was going for like some half-committed aggression with only 3 gateways. You know, his goal there was maybe to hopefully catch his opponent being greedy. The goal there was maybe Geralt cuts too many corners, we rock up, we can pick off a couple of units here and there. If there's no shield battery, we can get a lot done, and then we can get ahead. But alas, Geralt was playing a little bit too safe for that, and yeah, Snogstar just fell behind immediately. And now we're getting to our next game. And, oh, he's playing random! Oh, I see. He's not playing Protoss. Snogstar! He's playing random. He's crazy. Oh my god. And here we go, spawning in the top right hand corner of Dynasty. We have the Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. Leading the series 1-0, it is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Terran player representing Platinum Esports. Usually a Zerg, last game Protoss, but now rolling Terran with his random, it is Snogstar. Shaking, man. Shaking. So, yeah, we know how Snogstar plays Zerg. Now we've seen a bit of his Protoss, and now we are bearing witness to his Terran. SCV moves out across the map. We have run Rax back at home, and I'm feeling maybe a second Rax across the map. Snogstar, show us what you got. There it is. It's going to be 2-Rax Reaper. 2-Rax Reaper here at a Snogstar. Quite an aggressive build here. Not all in by any means, but is aggressive nonetheless. We'll see how good his micro... Oh, never mind. Okay, sorry. For a moment there, I thought I saw a third gateway. Sorry, a third Rax on the way. But it is only 2 Rax. So, yeah, from here, we should be transitioning into a longer micro game. We'll see how good the micro of Snogstar is with his Reaper control. As the probe dips in, does pose a threat here as being a bit annoying. Does force an SCV off the mineral line. But the probe should eventually be dealt with by the initial unit. Catching up with the chat. Wild Kookaburra, you can't keep them as pets. Unfortunately not, I don't think. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are on that. It's okay. It's not a duck pack. If you want ducks, you want ducks. Does this mean we'll get a stream from... We'll get a stream from an egg-filled hot tub? Oh. Oh, let's go. And it is 3 racks, by the way. We have 1 racks back at home. We have 2 across the map. Now, I assumed it was going to be 2 racks Reaper, but no, my apologies. We're going to be going for a 3 racks Marauder. With the fast tech lab, we can rush into Marauders, or we can go for Stim. There it is, Marauder production is underway. Concussive shells being researched as well. We're going mass Marauder. This is an interesting variation here from Snogstar, and we'll see if it goes unscattered. Geralt is moving out across the map. He scouts and sees that something is wrong because he sees how little there is to work with. Zelda's moving out to ideally try to get eyes on the expansion, on the Pogget base, or the natural here towards the left-hand side. And Geralt, he is moving out. As he moves out, probe is spotted. You can see that Snogstar is checking for the gold base. Hasn't been taken. Regular base instead. Zell moves in looking for a CC. There is no command center on the low ground. As we can see, we're still just amassing Marines, and we're pulling the boys. Let's go. The boys are being pulled. Snogstar pushing down onto the low ground. 1 Marine already taking a lot of damage. No. Oh, 2 Marines go down. Massive pickups already. Not worth of a Snogstar. And he's going to lose the 3rd Marine. Very clean micro here out of Geralt, shutting down 3 Marines at the same time across the map. Snogstar, he does rock up. But we have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, we have boys being pulled. We are defending. There's that recall back home. The Stalker barely alive, but will help out. And the boys have arrived. Worker on worker action. We have 3 Marauders and 1 Marine. The overcharge will keep us alive. Geralt behind this, going for a robo. Going for a robo into Immortal production. There we go, the Immortals on the way. More workers being pulled. And we're trying to focus on that pylon, but we already have a backup pylon behind this. It doesn't even matter. We have plenty powering up these these shield batteries. And the gateways on the high ground as well. Marauders doing what they can. I mean, hey, they're quite sturdy here. They do make their way through one of those Stalkers, but show us the force field. Up! There it is. Force field has been thrown down. The Marauders are stuck. They cannot advance. And they're barely squeezing through. We focus on 2 Marauders. We're getting on top of the pylon, but we have the Immortal. Does come out in time. Does focus on the Immortals. Gets 1. And we'll get the 2nd as well. Yeah, we clean this up. GG gets called, and Geralt will take the series 2-0. Taking down Snogstar. GG. GG, well played. Not the series that I was hoping for. It was a fast series, which I was expecting, but yeah, I was looking forward to seeing Snogstar Zerg. I mentioned before that we have seen Snogstar take players like Geralt down in the past with his cheesy Zerg style, but yeah, here he did try to flex his other races, and unfortunately unable to keep up with Geralt. Again, game 1 was a little bit lackluster. Like, it was a weird build choice made by Snogstar. He was punished for it. Here in game number 2, I do like the all-in overall. Unfortunately, the execution was lacking a little bit. Like, we saw how Geralt picked away, and he picked off so many Marines early on. I want to say 4 Marines. And 4 Marines doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're all in, and when you have like 2 Stalkers to your name, like 4 Marines can mean everything in a defense and an offense as well. So unfortunately, it looked like Snogstar, either his micro was a little bit lacking, or maybe more importantly, his attention was a little bit lacking, just because he was trying to push out, and also he was being like caught out back at home as well with his reinforcements. So there was a lot going on at once, and again, maybe a bit of a lapse in judgment there from Snogstar with his allocation of his attention. And with that, Geralt does take the first series. GG. GG, well played, Geralt. He will advance on into the semifinals. This is a quarterfinals match. Speaking of, hopping on over, we have another series here. Oh, sorry, this is a... Yeah, quarterfinals match. I was just checking. Speaking of, we have another quarterfinals match. The winner of this series advances on to the semis to face off against Geralt in the next round. It's going to be Spirit versus Rodzin. Let's go. Spirit versus Rodzin here. Game 1 on Oceanborn. Let's head on in. See in the chat. Boiled, poached, or fried? Mixed, of course. Oh no. Part of a complete breakfast. 3 basic food groups. Exactly. Nothing but eggs, Pappy. Nothing but eggs. I'm gonna become an egg. It's beautiful. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Terran player representing Team Na'vi. It is Spirit. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the purple Protoss player representing Platinum Esports. It is Rodgin. Here we go. TVP is upon us. And coming into this, Spirit is going to be coming in as one of the favorites. Again, I would go as far as to say that Spirit is the best player in all of Poland right now. Laser, of course, being the best Zerg player and the best Protoss in contention between Geralt and Christiana and Mana as well. I think I would place Christiana a little bit above the rest at the moment, just because he's been doing so well for himself and has been doing so much. But we'll see. We'll see how this does settle. As for now, we do have Rodgin going for his gateway setup here, going for a gate expand. Meanwhile, Spirit back at home going for his own economic opener as well. I say economic because Spirit is going for a single gas, not going for a second. Going for and setting up for a Rax expand. Going for a delayed factory instead. Meanwhile, back at home, Rodgin going for his own gateway setup as well. Gateway into Nexus into Cybercore. So nothing out of the norm here. We're just settling into our game. I know that we had a really fast and chaotic first series, but here in our second series, we're just slowing things down. We're calming things down overall, settling into a best of 3, which I appreciate. Do appreciate. Wait, I was just saying that Cristiano has been doing so well recently, again in WTL, in Sparkly Tuna Cups and online weekly tournaments. Cristiano, he has been popping off like no other. It's been a very impressive kind of rise of Cristiano these past couple of months, and I'm excited to see how he does fare against his countrymen, against players like Geralt once again, players like Spirit, players like a Laser. We'll get some more Cristiano later on here tonight. For now, we're focusing on Spirit and Rodgin. Rodgin, he's a little bit overshadowed. I mean, there's a lot of Polish Protosses. There's a lot of Polish players in, a lot of Protoss players in Poland. Players not just Christiana, Mana, and Geralt, but players like Bapi, for example. Rodgin, Art is another big one. Rail, I haven't seen Rail been too active as of late, who's of course a resident of Poland. Ziomek, who's also been a little bit less active as of late as well. But there's a lot of Protoss players out there, so it can be difficult to really distinguish yourself from the pack, from the rest of them. But Rodgin is still a good player nonetheless, and we'll see if he can take it to Spirit. From our economic opener, we're getting into our 1-1-1 to have our Cyclone on the way, Starport behind this. Could get into some drop play. Speaking of, there it is, Medevac is in production. To move out across the map with Marines, with the Wind Mines, with the Cyclone as well, to be a little bit more aggressive. Rodgin back at home going for a Stargate opener. It's been a while, not gonna lie. I'm just so used to, like, we've been casting a lot of TVPs over the past couple of weeks, and we've been seeing so much Twilight Council play. So many Twilight Council, so many Blink Stalkers, even more Robo play than Stargate, so it's a little bit refreshing. It's refreshing to see. Part of it may also be because we haven't been casting too many European Protoss players recently. It's been mainly the Koreans. Mainly the Koreans that have been avoiding Stargate play. But now that we're back in Europa, we can see the Phoenixes in their full force. Let's go. As we're up to 2, soon to be 3 Phoenixes. Spirit moving out already. And this is going to hit like a truck. Like, Phoenixes, they have such a hard time against these early pushes. Ooh, a very hard time. Wind Mine shot does not quite go off. Cyclone has arrived. We can threaten, of course, these Phoenixes and even threaten the ground. Threaten the production. First Wind Mine does get lifted. Ooh, lock on the Adept, not on the Phoenix there. So you're trying to break through. Once again, you can see there the lock-on being baited out on the Adept. Good control, good micro there out of Rodgin, but the Adept does go down. We get on top of the shield battery. Shield battery is out of energy, and we break through it. Another Cyclone has arrived, and Rodgin, can he hold? With these Cyclones, looks like it's just far too much. Boys are being pulled, but there is no shield battery, there is no overcharge. And we're getting so much on, we take down a Phoenix. We get 2 more probes. It does look like Spirit is running out of steam. As I say that, he's still just rallying more units across the map, and he's getting damage done. Gets another Phoenix and another Stalker. Very nice target pack. Very good stutter stepping here from Spirit. And as it looks like he's finally being cleaned up, we have another Cyclone joining the fray. And we got another Stalker. No shot. Another Stalker goes down. Another Stalker does fall, and we pick up another here towards the end as Zebelli does escape. Spirit calming things down, consolidating his army. Rodson, technically he has held. He has held on, and we're getting into the rest of our tech. Forge upgrades, Twilight Council with charge, third base as well. The reality though, there's no army. There's no army for Rodson because he's lost everything. We can see the units lost tab here. 3 Adepts, 3 Stalkers, and 3 Phoenixes. He barely has a standing army. He's down to 4 Stalkers and 1 Phoenix. That's all he does have left. Meanwhile, Spirit back at home. He does back off for the time being. We're getting into our bunker, getting into the rest of our setup here on 2 bases. Third CC is almost done, so it's not a 2-base all-in. He is macroing up out of this. And Rodson survives, but the reality is because he's lost so many of his units, not necessarily his workers, but lost so many Stalkers, and had to reinvest, he won't really have much of a standing army when we push out. When Spirit decides to move out, Rodson's going to be in trouble. He needs to slow this down. He needs to try to buy as much time as possible to recover. Let's see if he can. In the main base, he delays racks. It's something. It's a nice little annoyance. Spirit just waiting for his CC to morph into a command center, into an orbital. Then he can float it over. Stim, combat shields on the way. We're waiting for all these upgrades to kick in. +1 attack as well. Spirit, he is getting there. Meanwhile, Rodson back at home is trying to recover himself. Now, there's no big splash damage that he has available to him. There's no Colossi, no Disruptors, no Storm. He does have Charged Archon at least, and that will help. That is something, definitely. Sentries and Force Fields is going to be key. All of our abilities, all of our spells. There's a gateway explosion behind this. We have not taken the 3rd gas geyser here as the natural. We're staying on a low gas count, so it makes sense that we're going for a big gateway explosion, that we're relying on Zealots. So we are taking a 4th, but still not taking up. Like, without any extra gases, we can't really invest into any kind of splash damage yet. Storm would make the most sense. As Rodson is moving out. Moves out across the map. Spirit likewise moves out at the same time. Rodson sees that we have a base trade. Does Spirit turn back around? He does. Does turn back around. We do have the high ground, but do we have enough? Tanks they put on siege. And we dive on the first tank. First tank does go down. But the rest of the army is Sims on forward. It breaks through the defensive line of Zealots, and the Archons are exposed. They're going down one after the other. Good anti-armor missile here from Spirit. Yeah, Spirit is completely shutting this down. Now we did get 12 SCV kills. That's not bad, but what about the main army? Once again, good kiting here from Spirit. Zealots are being cleaned up, and there's no backbone behind this. Like, there's no Colossus raining down, there's no Archons, there's no Storm, there's no Immortals. The Zealots were really all that we had left. Spirit going for a scan. Rodson is even in the worker counts with Spirit, despite killing 14 SCVs. And Spirit could try to counterattack, but with this gateway, with the setup, we can just keep warping in more Zealots, go for another counterattack, go for another run by. Spirit is stuck at home for a little bit longer here. Rodson, can we build back up? We did kill 14 SCVs. Like, we're holding our own. We're up to 65 workers. Still no additional gases, which is a little bit concerning. We have yet to really refine the army or adjust it. Spirit moving in. Ghost production is underway, by the way. We are amassing ghosts, and we have 4 ghosts here with the main army. We have EMPs. And Charlotte Archon is so vulnerable to EMPs. Speaking of, they come in from behind. Yeah, big EMP here on the main army. We do get on top of the ghost. We do force that pickup. Good clean up there from Rodson. Spirit just not prepared for the army to come in from behind. Go for the main base. We're going for the pylon. Oh, we depower the warp in. We deny it. We deny +2 as well. The pickoffs here from Spirit. Picks up, gets the hell out of there. At the same time, he does come across the proxy gateway. But it looks like he's going for the fourth. Going for the economy. The scan does reveal it. And there's not much here. Yeah, we go for the EMP on the base, just denying any kind of recall. On the shield battery as well. And the base is going to be focused down. It's close. Here comes the army. But we can focus it down in time. And Nexus does fall. So there's a proxy gateway. Drop comes back home. And Rodzen is still being pulled apart. The earlier worker damage was still not enough. Now we're getting to a second robo. Or was that the first? No shot. Never mind. First robo's on the way. That's a first sign here of trying to go into something like Immortals or Colossus. But Spirit's lead is already, it's still huge. It's a little bit too much to overcome. Good EMP does graze the Zealots. Roten trying to dive in. Trying to chase us down. We clean up so many Zealots though. And you can see Spirit take a massive supply lead at this point. Roten trying to hold his own. And now he has a second robo on the way. Now we have the Bay on the way. Finally, we're taking up, but at this point, it's too little too late. This push here from Spirit, it's going to be so difficult to survive. To even get into Colossi. Roten is trying to get there. Don't get me wrong. Spirit is pushing in. Zelsek collapse on the army. Yeah, we can just kite this to death. EMP on the Archons. Without shields, the Archons, they really do mean nothing here to the army of Spirits. And he's looking to snowball out of control. Just waiting for more reinforcements, topping up his army before stimming in again. Spirit working on +1 ship weapons. We have Vikings on the way in preparation of Colossi. We can see that it's going to be Disruptors, not Colossus. High risk, high reward. This does make sense given how behind we are to try to go into Disruptors. If Spirit messes up, if Roten can get a good Nova off, we can maybe bounce back. Speaking of, Nova doesn't quite connect. EMP on the Stalkers, EMP on the Archons as well. Yeah, we just focus this down. Even a good Nova, even one juicy connection won't be enough. As we stim one forward, we focus on the base. Roten just cannot contest against Spirit. Not here, not in game one. GG gets called. Spirit, it will take a lead in his first series of the night. GG. GG, well played. Again, Roten just had a really rough start. A really rough start. Because he went for a Stargate opener, this is also why you don't see Stargate openers quite often anymore from the Koreans. From Korean Protoss players. Just because it's so... you leave yourself so vulnerable. Like, Stargate openers are ideal if your opponent is being more macro-oriented and more passive. But if they're being in your face, as we just saw, if they're being aggressive off the get-go, Phoenixes, they struggle. They struggle against a handful of units like that just because they're so limited in how they can help against a ground army. Because they have to lift up units one at a time. And at that point, you only have 3 Phoenixes anyway. So one of them isn't doing anything. It's lifting. The other 2 have to try to DPS them down. But they can also be forced back and zoned away by the Widowmines, by the Marines, by the Cyclones. Like, everything shoots up at that stage of the game. And it can be deadly. As we saw, it is deadly. Didn't quite kill Roten, but did cripple him. To the point where he was just too far behind. And Spirit was looking dominant from then on forward. But, you know, with that, we're now getting into game number 2. And I'm sure we can see Roten bounce back. Game 2 going to be on Alkione. Let's go. Let us go. I want to believe he can have a better showing here and he can flex a little bit more against Spirit. Again, Spirit is still the favorite player coming into this. He's going to be the favorite player against all of his opponents, but we'll see if anyone can slow him down. As spawning in the top right hand corner of our Kione, we have our Polish Terran player. The red Terran representing Na'Vi, it is Spirit. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the purple Brodos player representing Platinum Esports, it is Rodzin. Here we go. Rodzin having just a really rough start to game number 1. Hoping he can achieve a little bit more here in game 2. Already popping off with a proxy pylon. Rodzin, what do you have in store for us? Okay, now we have one gateway back at home. There's going to be one gate back at home for the time being. I imagine we're going to be going for a gateway proxy. This may just be a 2-gate opener. Could just be one proxy gate, one gateway back at home. This could just be designed to snowball early on to delay any kind of expansion. Spirit is known for his more economic openers, so we should be going for a CC on the low ground. If that's the case, we can punish it. The goal here for Rodzin is to try to take advantage of the more economic greedier styles here of Spirit. We'll see if he can. Do have the SCV pulling back. Good micro out of Spirit. Does save it. Save his SCV. Rodzin dipping back in. Reaper's on the way. First Zealot is being amassed as we speak. This proxy gateway should have, or I was going to say it should be in line with the Cyber Core, but no, it's going to be finishing up a little bit faster, a little bit sooner. Okay, so 2 Zealots initially. Ooh, CC on the high ground here from Spirit playing safe. Spirit, he hasn't even SCV scouted, by the way. Yeah, racks expand into the factory. It's all on the high ground as well, so it's all safe and sound. We'll see. We'll see if Rodzin can make something happen here with these initial Zealots. Now that the Cyber Core is done, we can reinforce with Adepts, with Stalkers. Speaking of, we have a Stalker on the front lines, an Adept back at home. The reason why you make the Adept at home here is because it's faster than the Stalker. It can shade across the map and reinforce faster. It's all about speed. It's all about trying to take advantage of how little Spirit has right now. Zealot gets in. We get one SCV kill with Delay the Factory. Ooh, we delay the CC as well. Good start so far. This one Zealot popping off. Meanwhile, the SCV is moving out across the map. Reaper does come back home. Stalker has arrived. Boys are being pulled. And now we realize what's going on. 4 or 5 SCVs going to be going down. A 6th SCV as well. We're going for more. We get 7 workers. Cyclone is on the way. But this is pretty good damage. So far, so good here for Rodzin. Get more Stalkers reinforcing. Adept is about to rock up as well. Oh, we don't quite get that Reaper. Good control from Spirit, keeping it alive. And the goal here for Spirit is to just buy time for the Cyclone. As the Reaper does fall, we bust through into the main base. We delay the CC. Get how many SCV kills? That's going to be 9 SCV kills. Boys are being pulled. Cyclone does arrive. And do we get a Stalker? We do not. Only the Zealots have fallen. 5 more worker kills. See Rodzin once again forcing his way out the ramp. Does take down a Marine. Does get another SCV. CC has completed. Bear that in mind. Spirit does have his orbital now on the way. But he lost 13 workers. That is too much. 13 SCVs. And Rodzin is not done. I mean, he has to be careful. We're down to 3 Stalkers. And we're about to have 2 Cyclones. We get another Marine. We're going for the other Cyclone as well. We don't quite get it. Ooh. Focus down a Stalker. Yeah, SCVs are here to repair, and the Cyclones that will not go down. So Rodzin has to be careful not to throw away too much, but so far so good. Rodzin, he's got 25 workers. He's working towards a Twilight Council. I imagine getting ready for Blink. Spirit overshooting a little bit there. Stalker's going to be a bit of an annoyance, but another Stalker goes down. Good movement here with the Cyclones. We get a Stalker, we shut down the proxy. And the CC can finally land. Now again, Rodzin has borderline double the worker count here of Spirit. It's crazy. 30 probes to 17 SCVs. Like Spirit, he's in quite a bit of trouble here. He needs to get some damage done. Now he's moving out. He's moving out with everything he has. A couple of boys are being pulled alongside this. Only a couple. It's going to be for repairs and for bunkers, I imagine. Shield ladders being thrown down. Stalkers in position. We could do with additional gateways. We're on 2 gateways at the moment. Warp gate is not done, by the way. That's how committed this opener was. Do focus on one of the cyclones. Sin is holding on. Do manage to get both marines as well. Do hold on for the time being. Spirit could be pulling back, shutting down the gateway. It's going to be a Robo follow-up here from Rodzin, going Blink into Robo. Off of 3 gateways, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, off of 3 gateways. And Rodzin is still looking good. Still looking solid. Spirit building up his tank count. Now, these tanks are going to be a bit of an issue here. Rodzin has to be very careful. He has to be very careful not to overextend. Like, right now, he's ahead. Right now, I would say that Rodzin has map control. Once he realizes that, we can chill. What I mean by that, we can expand. We can expand, we can take a 3rd base. Especially with Spirit starting up his own 3rd CC, we need to start our own. And there it is. 3rd Nexus is on the way from Rodzin. We should be able to contain, and with that, we can expand, we can take up. Tank shell goes up. SCV. We might have Blink, but I believe there's no high ground vision. And no hallucination, no scout of the main base. Rodzin is stuck outside. But still not in a bad place. As he is probing up, saturating his 3-base setup. Prism is now on the way. Was an observer first. We'll see what Spirit is able to build up towards. Because again, Spirit, he's been on the back foot. He's still not saturated on 2 bases. He's still building up his Raxes, working on Stim. Honestly, Spirit doesn't really have much of an army. You can see here he's down in army supply. If Rodzin were to hit here and now with the wave of reinforcements, he could probably break the main. Not the natural with the bunker, but the main base is so vulnerable. Now the Prism is moving out, but is it too late? We have 5 more gateways as well. Can Rodzin knock Spirit down before he can fully stand back up? There's that warp in. Charge is finishing up. We're going for some Zealots. Going for the main. Gateway Explosion about to finish up as well. And we're taking a bit of time here. Again, this army here of Spirit is getting larger and larger. The Observer does spot this, does see the Widow Mines, does spot the tank. Cyclones are in position as well. 4th base has been spotted. I would say the biggest thing here is that if we didn't intend to go for an all-in, if we're taking a 4th base, where's the Robo? Where's the Bay, right? Where's the eventual Colossus production that we should be working towards? Where's the splash damage? If we didn't want to go into Colossi, then sure, we can go for Storm, something. For now, pure gateways. Rodzin ready for his 1-2 punch. Spirit, can he keep up as he's going for a drop across the map? Scan reveals the Observer. Observer gets sniped. That's a pretty big pickup. Observer goes down. 3rd base is up and running. That job does come in. Do we force a recall? We have some reinforcements in position, thankfully. Mine shield going off, but we do defend. To save the base. At the same time, the Prism was scouted. Spirit still chilling in between his bases. Expanding, taking his 3rd. Here we go, Rodzin pushing on, at the same time the Prism is zoned away. As Zelda drop only 4 of them, the rest of the army does collapse on the main forces here of Spirits. Massive mine shots going off. The Zealots, they melt. Oh my god. The Zealots get annihilated. We dive on top of the army. Prism goes down. We deny the Warping as well. And Spirit, his army crumbles. Oh, sorry. Spirit, sorry. Rods in his army crumbles. What I meant to say. As the drop across the map does distract, we do force an overcharge. Zealots in the main base did break through the Cyclones, at least. But they only get the Cyclones and the turret as well. Spirit across the map isn't getting much done, but it is distracting Rodzin. And Rodzin just can't break through. And now suddenly you can see the pendulum swing. Despite the massive economic advantage that Rodzin had, again, what did he do with that advantage? Sure, he expanded, he took more bases, but he didn't take any gases. Fun fact, 2. We only have 2 gases. No gases at the natural, no gases at the 3rd, no gases at the 4th, just now being taken. This shows how committed Rodzin was with his charge lots. That's all he has. He has 0 splash damage. That was the intention, to be fair. That's what he intended to happen here, but it's blowing up in his face. As Spirit is going for a massive counterattack. Mine's just going to be going off. A lot of Widow Mines were taken out before they could get their shots off. But Spirit is still pushing through. Getting on top of the 4th. Mowing down those Zealots, focusing down the Nexus. Zealots, they try to trickle in. But Spirit, he does overwhelm Rodzin. And again, Rodzin had a really good start to the game. He was ahead. 30 probes to 17 SCVs, but as we mentioned before, what was done with that lead? We essentially transitioned to another all-in. The charge lots, they had their time to shine. That time has ended. We get on top of the 3rd base. We annihilate the mineral line. GG gets called, and Spirit will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Spirit, as he did bounce back. He did recover in that game. But a shout out to Rodzin here, because again, he had an amazing start. He was able to kill so many SCVs with his initial gateway, or his 2-gate opener. Again, correctly identifying that Spirit would be a little bit too greedy, and he did punish Spirit, but wasn't able to finish the job. Wasn't able to capitalize on the rough start of Spirit, and Spirit, he bounced back. He recovered. GG. Impressive. Very impressive stuff there by Spirit. Very well done. Congratulations, as Spirit does advance on to the semi-finals. And now we can sink our teeth into those semi-finals. Let's go. We spoke about it before, but Geralt did advance on over Snogstar. We were able to cast that series, and Spirit advances on over Rodzin. And now here we are, Spirit versus Geralt. Some of the bigger names in Poland are now facing off. Again, Spirit, I would say, is the best player currently in Poland. Geralt, one of the best Protoss players as well. And we have seen Geralt take maps and series off of Spirit in the past. I want to believe he can do it again. I want to believe that we can have a more back and forth. What I will say is that Geralt is going to pose a stronger threat, a bigger threat compared to Rodzin. Geralt is a more accomplished player. He's higher rated, higher ranked. So I'm expecting a more back and forth. I'm hoping for an ace match regardless of how this goes, but we'll see. So diving into game number 1. Let's go. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Alkione, we have our red Polish Protoss player representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player representing Na'Vi. It is Spirit. Here we go. Again, Spirit didn't have an amazing time during WTL recently either. But Spirit overall, even though he may have been lacking a little bit in WTL, he's been popping off in EPT, in the EPT Spring Regionals. As always, Spirit has been doing very well, very nicely. Once again, cementing himself as one of the best in Europe. But can he maintain that form? is the better question. Whether it's for these online or online like Polish only tournaments or even the upcoming Dallas event. We'll see. We shall see. For now, Geralt just scouting, checking his natural base, going for a gate expand. Likewise, Spirit going for a single gas opener, going for a Rax expand as well. So an economic opener here out of Spirit. For the time being, we do see Geralt starting up his Zealot. We'll see if he does complete it. There are players, of course, that start to safety Zealot. Once they realize there's no proxy, they just cancel it. Here we go. There is that CC on the way, on the high ground. Very safe opener here out of Spirit, opting not to go for the CC on location. As the probe is going to be focused down. Oh, without scouting too much. Did at least confirm the opener and will, barely not escape the Marine. Does fall in the end. Did we scout the factory? Not quite, but we can assume that's on the way. Ooh, as Geralt. What do you have in store for us here? Going for a proxy across the map. Now, it is going to be a Twilight Council opener. Interesting. Now, usually I would say, okay, it's going to be a Twilight Council, it's going to be Blink, right? Blink DTs. But with a proxy pylon, this could be a proxy Dark Shrine. It could be Dark Templar out of Geralt. Oh boy. We shall see. As for the time being, nothing's being done. We should be throwing down a gateway momentarily, just so we can reinforce with whatever tech we go into. Whether it's Adepts to Harass, whether it's Dark Templar. Twilight Council's done! And show us the tech. Show us the Dark Shrine. Oh, there it is. I was gambling a little bit with that. I wasn't entirely sold on it, but there we go. Dark Shrine is on the way here for Geralt, spicing it up in game number 1. Bold move. This is not done too often. As I say that, we actually have seen this build often recently. I want to say that in the past month, we've seen it like 3 times, which is far more than we ever did in the past. This was more of a rare build, but for whatever reason, it's become a little bit more trendy as of late. Again, I would not say that it's common by any means, but we're seeing it more than we used to. Sometimes that does happen with builds where they kind of make a resurgence, they come back for a little bit, then they fade into obscurity once again. So the invisible man is going to be on the way. Behind this, getting into Blink. Spirit, for the time being, has no idea. He's moving out across the map with his army. Does come across the main forces of Geralt. Bearing in mind that Geralt is investing into tech that he's not quite using. And that goes down. We're pushing in towards the natural. Only 2 Stalkers. There is a shield battery with Nova Charge. Should be able to hold on. That's what we're going for. Oh. The medevac. Don't quite get it. Catching a couple of Marines. Medevac will manage to pick up. Will manage to get away. Dropping into the main base. Getting the hell out of there. Does pick up. Does evacuate. Saving most of those units. Behind this, Natural's getting up and running. We're working towards our add-on swap into our 2-1-1 setup, soon to be 3-1-1. Tank production has commenced. And did we scout the tech? We did see the Twilight Council. We saw a researching, but here come the DTs. Ooh, into a Raven. Raven's in position. The first Dark Templar is going to be chased back. Yeah, the first Dark Templar does fall. 2 more DTs. They waddle into the mineral line. SCVs are going down. We get 1. Another DT in the main. Getting 4 worker kills already. Getting 5. Another Dark Templar is hunted down. Getting 6 SCVs. Oh, getting 7. Likewise, can we focus on the Raven? Oh, we did miss a shot there. Did miss some volleys. A lot of Stalkers going to get picked off. Only 2 Stalkers survive. We go for the recall. And 2 Stalkers will make it home. That was an interesting trade. Looking at the unit loss tab here, that was 3 Dark Templar. Oh, that was expensive. 3 Dark Templar, 2 Stalkers and Adepts for 7 SCVs and a drop worth of units. I think I like the trade of Spirits a little bit better, but at least Blink is done. With Blink, Geralt has map control. You can see here he's moving out with the Stalkers, and Spirit is stuck at home for the time being, looking to expand and take him to the base. You can see Spirit skirting around the left-hand side. See if he does get away. Geralt's missing it with his proxy, missing it with his main army as well. There we go. Spirit is going to be committing. These Stalkers, they could do so much more, but Geralt doesn't know. He doesn't know that there's only 1 Marine in this bunker, and now 2 Marines, and there's nothing in the main base either. Spirit is so vulnerable. But again, Geralt doesn't know. Spirit could be pushing across the map, up to 3 tanks. That's some SCs, but he will be able to focus on some of this production. Good kiting out of Spirit, but the Stalkers, they do come back home, and with the help of these Stalkers, we clean up the tanks, we clean up the main army, we go for the Raven as well. And, oh, can we get it? We can! 1 more volley. Raven does fall. Did get a scout off, so Spirit, he's aware of the researching Templar archives, he's aware of the would-be storm. But that was an expensive loss for Spirit. That does fall. And Spirit, he did lose a little momentum there. He lost all of his tanks, he lost a lot of his bio army, he lost all of his medevacs as well. We're down to only a handful of Marines and Marauders. And Spirit does have to take care as he moves out, bearing in mind that Geralt, he's going for the gold as his 4th. Storm is on the way, not done yet. Finishing up in 10 seconds. Spirit has no idea. See some Zealots being warped in for a backstab, waiting for the army to move out. Meanwhile, Geralt likewise maintaining the center of the map as well. Here we go. Geralt is pushing forward. Show us the storms. It's done. Storm is done. The bio army pushing forward. Good priest split. Good EMP as well. We do blanket the entire army, except for the High Templar. Zealots, they try to drag the army away, out of position. SCVs are going down, at least a handful of them. But still not the best trade. 5 SCVs go down. Geralt, I'm sure, hoping for more. Does pull back. Go base is up and running. 2nd Robos on the way. We're transitioning into Colossus production. We already have Storm, but we're working towards those Colossi. Spirit still unable to really move out. Does shut down all these Zealots, though. Does shut down the run by. And now we can expand. Behind this, 3rd CC is on the way. It's halfway done. Sorry, 4 CCs on the way, halfway done. Another robot gets shut down. Oh, going into Blink for the DTs is ambitious. It's going to be cancelled. There we go. Spirit does move out. Decent EMP. Still holding onto those storms. Speaking of, the first storm does connect. The Marauder with a Widow Mine. Oh! Mine shot going to be avoided as well. We have 1 mine shot left. It is spotted. Geralt, he's aware of it. He should not be losing his prison to said Widow Mine. Ooh, big storm here on the army. As the main forces, they are still trying to clash, still trying to engage. dodges on those blinks. We collapse here on top of the Widow Mines. We shut all three of them down. There's still one Widow Mine behind this. One Mine Shot waiting to go off. Ooh, good EMP. Catches a High Templar. Forcing out Archons. We'll knock these rocks down. Well, we take a Mine Shot to the face, but it looks like, do we catch the army? And we finally caught Spirit. With EMP once again denying the overcharge. Storm is good on the Ghosts. There's a lot of Ghosts going down. Another EMP does graze the army, but we still have those Storms. Spirit, he is being forced back. Storm connects on the right-hand side. And with these three Colossi, Geralt, he can bully this back. The army trying to send one forward, but we're taking a lot of losses. Mine Shot going off, taking out an Archon. But overall, Geralt does hold, and Geralt, he maintains his Colossus. That's what's important. We're up to 5 Colossus? Oh, that's a bit overkill, in more ways than one. The reason why you don't want additional Colossi is because Colossi, they do overkill damage. Overkill, I think that's what it's called. Where you basically waste DPS by having extra volleys on a unit, and the unit dies, but you get like 3 extra shots off, basically, like layered on each other. So there is some wasted DPS here, unless we're able to spread out these Colossi very well. This is why you'd usually go into faster Disruptors. Speaking of, Disruptors now on the way. Is it overkill or over damage? It's one of those. He's going overboard. Yeah. Do you see Geralt's rotating around? That's a kill, not a cancel on the CC. Good pick off. Very nice pick off here as we're going for a drop into the main. Disruptors have arrived. As Geralt doesn't quite commit yet, he's just trying to create an opening for himself for his Prism as he does slip in. Again, Geralt just trying to keep the attention of Spirit on the front lines. The DTs, they bust into the mineral line. Zealot's being morphed in as well. And the main force pushes towards the triangular third. Base is going to go down. Good Nova here connects with the Ghost. The Nova zones away the army. Looks like no more Disruptor shots left though. With 2 more Disruptors waiting outside. We collapse on the army. We catch out the Colossi. Big pickoffs. But we also get 27 SCVs. Zealots and DTs are still wreaking havoc in the main base. They are going to be forcing more of an all-in. Dark Templar going. Some of them are being cleaned up. But they're still wreaking havoc in the main. And here we go. Spirit pushes out. He's had enough. He doesn't care. Wants to end things one way or another. Does take down the gold. Oh my god, the storms! Massive storms on the army. Then over as well. Ooh, big connection. And Spirit, he's being pulled apart. GG gets called, and Geralt will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, a more solid game here out of Geralt. Again, a bit of a stark contrast between Geralt and Rodzen, for example, where Geralt was able to be a lot more in control. He did get into his Dark Templar. His Dark Templar, they didn't do too bad for themselves. They did manage to get some SCV kills. More importantly, he was able to get his gain his map control back from his opponent. Get into his Wing Stalkers, take up into Storm as well, get some counter damage done. GG. GG, well played. Whew, Geralt able to hold his own, and yes, I did notice that. I don't mind saying this just because we missed the cast yesterday, but Geralt, he did take down Max Packs last night in a PvP, which was impressive stuff to deny Max Packs for another deep run in Kung Fu Cup. Of course, I'm sure a big part of the win there for Geralt is that he has been very well practiced in PvP, playing so much against Christiana in the finals of these online weekly tournaments. Cristiano likewise also popping off in PvP, so I feel like their dynamic and their play against each other is making them both stronger as a result. So big win there for Geralt, and even here, big win versus Spirit. Let's go as we're getting into game number 2. And we have seen Geralt pop off in the past, referring to the House Galactic battle. Here we go, we're getting into our next game, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our Polish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Polish Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Na'Vi, down in this series. But who I would say is the best player in all of Poland, it is Spirit. Spirit is usually the one to beat here, and there are players in Poland that can contest him. Players like Laser, players like Cristiano, players like Geralt as well, Mana even. Some big names here that can contest against him, and Geralt already taking the first game. But can he go even further than that? Again, taking a game with the first step in many here to take a series. Geralt checking for a proxy on the low ground, looking to expand. Spirit back at home, going for his own rack expand. Only a single gas opener once again, so it's going to be economic from the side of Spirit. It's going to be economic once again. Rope Scout is moving out, and Spirit soon be revealing his opener here. Yeah, Geralt just goes straight for the SCV. Gonna try and delay that expansion, even force it off center. As the SCV does back off, and there we go, CC on the high ground. So a nice little win there for Geralt, forcing some inefficiency early on at the Spirit. Behind this is getting into his 1-1-1. Meanwhile, Geralt getting to his tech of choice now. Do we see another Twilight Council opener, or do we mix it up with the Robo, or even a Stargate? What do you have for us? What do you got? Oh, hello. My apologies, as we have a proxy across the map once again. Last game, if you remember, Geralt did go for a proxy Templar Archive, sorry, a proxy Dark Shrine for proxy DTs. This time, Geralt going for a proxy Gateway across the map. Okay, not too committed here from our Protoss. Again, it's going to be 3 gateways in total. It's going to be 1 proxied and 2 back at home across the map for Geralt. As his goal here is to apply some pressure, is to delay the natural base for as long as possible, while minimizing his own losses. Geralt is going to be pulling back. Meanwhile, back at home, there's our tech of choice. Going to be a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council into Blink. Very substandard play here out of Geralt. Meanwhile, Spirit, he didn't go for an SCV scout. I just realized Spirit did not go for a Reaper scout either. He has seen nothing, by the way. No scouting whatsoever. So Spirit is playing safe. He's playing as safe as possible, going into his tank production blindly here, and that will keep him safe against something like 4-gate Blink Stalker. Now, to be fair, and thankfully for our Protoss player here, we do have a Blink opener, yes, but no mass amount of gateways behind this. It's going to be 2-gate Blink for the time being, as the armies do clash. For a moment, we do get some extra warp-ins here over depths. We're going to shade in. Tank is sieged, and there's no break in this position. As Does have to retreat for a moment there. Depth shading in once again. Don't quite commit. So do see Spirit just walling on forward. Being pulled out of position, by the way, and that's the moment we strike. Yes, Spirit. Not where he needs to be. Geralt pushing into the natural. SCVs are going down. And Spirit, he's caught with his pants down here. More boys being pulled. We're going to get 9 SCV kills. 10. We bleed out a lot of Stalkers, but that was still 10 workers falling. And there is still no third TC. And we're pushing at this point. Spirit, he has to move out. He's pulling the boys. Unfortunately, very little to pull here at the natural base. How many tanks do we have? 2. Soon to be 3. 3 tanks. Stim just begins. Oof. That is rough. Stim just now beginning here. Meanwhile, back at home, we have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, we have plenty of Stalkers. Daryl should withstand this. As I say that, the tanks are gaining ground. And one tank does fall. Good focus firing there from Spirit as we dive on the tank. The second tank goes down as well. Spirit, he's down to 1 tank remaining, and Geralt, he has his eyes set on that tank. One more volley, the tank does fall. Throughout all of this, we see Geralt reinforcing with additional Stalkers. Spirit pulling back, identifying that he cannot break this. He has to regroup. Gets a Stalker, not bad. Gets a couple of shots off, Stalker goes down. See Geralt rotating around. Behind this, his third base is getting up and running. Fully saturated on 3 bases here, 49 workers. Gateways are on the way as well. No fancy tech here from Geralt. He's not throwing down any additional gases. He's doing well for himself here as we catch reinforcements. SCVs go down. Speaking of SCVs, they are being pulled. Spirit is all in. It's all or nothing for Spirit at this point. He's already lost too much. One way or another, the game is about to end. We have some bunkers. We rock up here at the at the third. Tanks do siege. Scan trying to get eyes on the army, but Geralt, he's not there. He's across the map. Catching more tanks. Spirit does stim forward. Stims forward, does focus on the shield battery as well. Denies the overcharge. Not bad. Not too shabby. Spirit breaking through into the natural at the same time across the map. We do see Geralt busting into the main. He gets another tank. But he's also bleeding out Stalkers. And again, Spirit, he cannot stop here at the natural. We have to keep going. We have to keep on pushing. The pressure right now is on Spirit. He's down to 18 workers. Instead of pushing towards the main, he's pushing towards the natural. He's going for gateways, but again, we have plenty of gateways here in the main. Even across the map, the Stalkers, they're pulling back. And as they pull back, the goal here is going to be to collapse on this army. Get 9 probe kills. There we go. We're just waiting for the warping of zealots. Now these are going to be slow lots. Have that in mind. No charge. And there it is. Both tanks go down immediately. And as Spirit does retreat, it bleeds out even more Marines. Tank siege is a bold move there from Geralt, blinking on top of the tank. But it's going to be too much anyway. It's going to be enough here. We shut down what little is left here of the army of Spirit. 2 tanks go down. Marines as well. GG gets called, and Geralt, with the first big upset of the night, takes down Spirit 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played, very well played here by by Geralt, as he does get the upset over Spirit. Spirit, he was just having a really hard time early on in this game. If you remember, it all started to pop off when he was caught out. As he was moving out, we saw Geralt move in. He was able to punish the move out, get so many SCV kills, force back the army, and at that point, Spirit made his choice. He made his choice to go all in, to not go for a macro game, to try to make use of what he had, and yeah, in the end, Spirit was picked apart, and Geralt looking good here tonight. We didn't really get to sink our teeth into a mid-game, unfortunately. Like, it felt like both Game 1 and Game 2, they were over a little bit faster. I would have loved to have seen a much more stable early game, but that's not what we got here out of our players. Maybe next time. Maybe next time we can have more of a back-and-forth macro game. Now, though, GG, well played. With that, Geralt advances on into the grand finals, and the question becomes, who faces off against Geralt? What kind of Protoss player is the real question. Hope this means he'll grow back his goat beard. I hope so as well. I hope so as well. I mean, we saw this week in WTL, if you're looking at the player cams, I pointed it out as well. Geralt has been growing out his facial hair. He doesn't have a mustache yet, but like he's a little bit rough around the edges. No, he's a little bit scruffy. A little bit. Is he gonna let that grow, or is he gonna clean it up and shave it all off? That's the question. Fingers crossed, Pappy. Fingers crossed. Geralt the GOAT. I mean, yeah, Geralt, he's been doing so well for himself these past couple of days in Kung Fu Cup, here in the H.4.0.S Open Cup as well. But now going to be featuring another Protoss player that has been popping off. It's Pappy. It's Geralt and Pappy, I should say. Geralt has been equally doing very well, even more so than Geralt, I would say, in WTL, in online weekly tournaments. We've seen Cristiano versus Geralt a couple of weeks now in a row in Sparkling Tuna Cup in the grand finals, and Cristiano has won 4 Sparkling Tuna Cups in a row. But now Pappy stands in his way. And Pappy, he's not a bad player at all. He is overshadowed, but he's still an amazing Protoss in his own right. Players like Pappy, players like Art, I feel like a lot of people do overlook them, but they're pretty comparable to players like Cristiano and Geralt. But we'll see. We shall see as we're getting ready for our next semifinals. Need him to get his Count of Monte Cristo look back. We do. Again, like, he looks so, like, suave with it. Feels so good. But we're getting ready here for our next semifinals match. As a reminder, the winner of the series advances on to the grand finals to face off against Geralt. For now, though, as we've only got two more matches left in this broadcast, we are going to be going on a short break. I do need to very quickly get some water. I'm out. I'm out of water at this point, so I do need to quickly go and refill myself. And so we're going to be going on a very short break. When we return, Cristiano versus Pappy, and the finals versus Geralt. We'll see you soon. I'll see you soon, Pappy. See you soon. and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, I apologize for that break. Again, I just needed a moment to rehydrate myself. I see the chat, hydrate the light, liquefy the light. Oh, I needed some water inside me. I needed a moment to get some water, to hydrate myself, and to get ready for our next semifinals. If you're just tuning in, here and now, then we are in the House Open Cup number 9. This is your bi-weekly dose of Polish StarCraft. To be transparent here, these events are, well, this is a replay cast. These events occurred less than 24 hours ago. They occurred last night. Unfortunately, I was unable to cast it live at the time, so we're catching up via replays. And already we had a pretty big upset. I apologize if I didn't emphasize it enough earlier. But we casted our first semifinals. We had Geralt and Spirit and Geralt 2-0 Spirit. That is crazy, by the way. That is wild. Spirit is the best player in all of Poland, and Spirit has been popping off in EPT Spring. He always has been having a very, very good, very solid, very deep run in the EPT regionals for the European region. So again, Spirit is one of the best players in all of Europe. So for Geralt to bring him down is impressive, very impressive. And again, we always champion, we always give a lot of love to both Geralt and Cristiano. They've both been improving over the past couple of years. We've been fortunate and lucky enough to watch them improve over the past couple of years as well. And nowadays, every now and then, Geralt, he can pop off, he can bring down these big players. It's all about how often he can do it, though. It's all about consistency. I have to say the same about Cristiano as well, but what I will say is that Cristiano has been consistent over the past month. Week after week after week, we've seen Cristiano pop off and take down players like Reigner, take down players like Showtime, like these big names in the region. Even outside of that, Nightmare, he took down Nightmare 2 weeks in a row. Even 3-0 Nightmare like 2 weeks ago. It was wild seeing Cristiano 3-0 Nightmare. So his PvP has been refined, but PvP is kind of the matchup of the Protoss region, sorry, of the Polish region. There's so many Protoss players in Poland. Cristiano, Papi, Art, Geralt, Mana, to name a few, Ziomek, Rodzin. So we'll see who advances on to face off against Geralt in the finals. Both Cristiano and Papi are both finalists of the House Open Cup, at least in the past. Who's it going to be? Who is it going to be? Who faces off in that final series, in that final PvP? Game 1 will be on Oceanborn. Let's go. See in chat, hello, Joptimus, hello. ¿Qué tal, cómo estás? Welcome, Joptimus. I see Noam Chomsky in the chat, Senju as well. Ahí están, Easy Phil, Cyberjohn, Gobio, bienvenidos. Sidecons as well. Hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. Hope you've all been having a great night here as we are settling into our second semifinals of the tournament. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have our red Polish Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Papi. It's my boy. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the other Polish Protoss, the blue one, representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. Hi, Papi. Now, I know I was hyping up and talking a lot about Geralt and Cristiano in the leading into this, but Papi is also an amazing player in his own right. Papi has also had a deep run where he was also able to make it to the finals of the House Open Cup. I want to say it was House Open Cup number 4? Number 5? It was earlier on in the season. I just need to find it. Just need to come across it here. But yeah, Papi was also able to pop off himself. There we go, I'm just double checking. It was House Open Cup number 5, where Papi, he took down Geralt, and he also went up against a Laser in the grand finals. And I believe they had a rematch a couple of weeks after that. Was it number 7 where they had a rematch? No, sorry, it was number 6 where Papi actually won the entire event. Papi took down Rodzin 2-0, and he took down Cristiano 3-0 as well. Very impressive. So again, Papi, he has been actually improving himself. He hasn't been as active as the other players. What I mean by that is that Papi, he hasn't really been too active outside of these regional tournaments or outside of these like Polish only tournaments. Papi, he's not active like in Sparkling Tuna Cups. He's not as active in Berserker, sorry, in WTL, representing Berserker Esports. Yeah, Papi, he's just been a little bit less active here. It's possible that maybe he just, you know, this is what he does in his free time and he has, you know, more IRL commitments, which would make sense. but I do wish that we could see more of him, and here we have him against Cristiano. And in game 1, Cristiano popping off with a proxy Stargate. Now, this is not an all-in. Bear that in mind, this is not an all-in. Papi has scattered across the map. He does confirm that the pylon is missing, by the way, and he is looking for that pylon. He's scouring the edge of the map. He's checking the linear 4th base. He's heading on over, sorry, linear 5th base, checking over towards a 4th location, and it looks like Papi, he will scout the proxy. Big moment here, big scout for Papi. Bearing in mind, though, he had not just 1, but 2 probes out on the map. So that is how much less mining time for Papi. At the same time, Stalkers, they move out. It was a double Stalker opener. He's going for the pylon, and he will shut down this Stargate, at least initially. Meanwhile, reinforcements are on the way. Adepts are on the way. Probe as well to repower this Stargate. This was a big investment here by Cristiano, and he has to make use of it. Pylon goes down, but here come the Adepts. Towards the bases, towards the mineral lines. Probe is going to be shut down. Shield battery is cancelled. The pylon is cancelled. The Adepts, they don't make it into the main. They are forced to shade back. Backup probe has arrived. Going to be repowering that Stargate. Papi, it looks like he's aware. Oh, is he? Oh god. Oh, there we go. He is aware. He does focus on the probe. Probe goes down. Adepts, they shade back in. The wall is a wall. Papi does hold onto his main. And so far, this has been a really good start here for our red Polish Protoss player. Our blue Polish Protoss has been struggling that much more. Behind this, getting into his own Robo follow-up, into Immortal production. I say into Immortals, this should be for a Prism first. The reason why I say that is because Cristiano's behind. He invested into a proxy pylon, he invested into hidden tech, and it did not pay for itself. Something more important here than being safe, which would be with Immortals, is to get some damage done across the map with a Prism. What the Prism does is that it allows these Adepts to get into the main. You can drop the Adepts right into the mineral line and you can pick off some probes and get ahead. Or catch up even. For now, Observer first here from Cristiano. Adepts are being forced back. They do manage to shade away though, towards the center of the map. Papi is just in position though. He's going to be able to get an extra volley off, but having a hard time keeping up. And it looks like the Adepts, they will shade out. They will get away. It's going to be the Immortal first, not the War Prism. Okay, so this tells us, yeah, that he's playing more macro-oriented. We are settling into a more Immortals. 3rd base is on the way. Cristiano, he's not looking for some economic damage. Instead, he's trying to be greedy here by taking a faster 3rd and stabilizing back at home. Papi yet to confirm this. Looking at his vision, Papi, he has not seen the base. He hasn't seen the main base either. He's not fully aware of what the follow-up is. Papi's in the dark. I'm a little bit surprised that we have not seen the Hallucination Scout yet. Speaking of, there it is now, but this does feel a little bit late from our red Protoss. He is moving out though, and looking at the units tab, we have 8 Stalkers to 1 Stalker and 1 Immortal, but the shield battery is halfway done. Additional Warpins are coming as well. I love the Hallucination here on that Immortal. I can tank a volley here from these Stalkers. Stalkers have arrived. Blink is not done yet, finishing up in 10 seconds. That's still a long ways away. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Blink is now done. Do we get into the main? Oh, we do. We bust into the main base. Just barely. We force the recall. And we're not going to get much done here. We have to blink down to the low ground. But we can try to focus on some of these Stalkers. We get 1. We get 1 Stalker. We get 3 probes. 4 probes even. Oh, but we bleed out a Stalker as well. Another best trade from Papi. But he did at least get some full workers. And he needed to. Because of this, that fast 3rd, it's paying for itself. Cristiano, he is down in workers, but he's quickly catching up. As he's making 3 probes at a time, you can see Papi reinforced. Looking at the units tab once again, Papi still has and maintains that Stalker lead. Blink is done, of course. Blink, not done at all for Cristiano. Ooh. Papi has to be very careful with how he does engage. That Immortal count getting higher and higher. We have 2 Immortals, soon to be 3 Immortals here for Cristiano. That's a hefty army. Hallucination confirms the size of the army as well. Does get eyes on the 3rd Immortal. Big scout. At the same time across the map, ooh, Adepts a shade in. And we force a recall as well. This is a big move here from Cristiano. He gets 3 probe kills. Adept stays shade into the natural. We do manage to get 5 probe kills. Oh my god. 6 even. 6 workers go down. And just like that, Cristiano is now ahead. He's ahead in the economy, ahead in workers. He also has a massive amount of immortals that he's working with as well, which will work wonders against these stalkers. And we're getting to Glaives. Now, Glaives is going to be a big timing on 3 bases. It's a really strong way to be aggressive and to dive on this army. But I believe Papi hits first. Glaives is not even halfway done. And here comes Papi, right through the center with Blink Stalkers, with Charge Lots, with Force Fields as well. And there's no way to break those Force Fields. We dive on that Shield Battery. Overcharge. Not going to be a factor in this fight. Would you focus on one of those immortals? There's still 2 left. The Charger's doing a great job here at tanking shots. Sorry, did I say 2 left? 3 left, as I didn't quite see that 3rd immortal in the back line. Cristiano does hold. And Glaives is almost done. That's a lot of adepts. There's a lot of adepts here for Cristiano. But Papi reinforcing. Still down in workers, not taking any extra gases. So Papi is just doubling down on mass zealots, as he's only on 2 gases back at home. So Papi's pretty all in. He's pretty committed here. There are so many adepts to clean up these zealots. Yeah, the zealots then melting through the adepts. GG gets called as Cristiano. He holds. And Cristiano takes game number 1. GG. Very nicely done there by Cristiano to bounce back in this game. As a reminder, it all started with the proxy being shut down. The proxy did no damage. And how do we bounce back from a failed proxy, from a failed opener, outside of a little bit of adept harass? But more important than that was our transition there. To get into a fast 3rd base, to prioritize immortal production. What that meant was Cristiano didn't really have any map presence. He had no way to be aggressive on the map. If you remember, he never even attacked that game. Yes, he did harass with some adepts, that is true, but his main army never moved out. He was the defender the entire time, and it was Papi trying to break his defenses. Cristiano had no way of being active. He didn't have Blink, didn't have any Phoenixes, didn't have any Warp Prism either. He was just stuck at home defending, and Papi kind of played into him. He played into Cristiano, you know? Cristiano wanted to fight on his terms, and Papi kept giving it to him. Instead of maybe Papi being a little bit greedier, taking it like after getting ahead, maybe just gaining map control and expanding and teching, working on upgrades, working on a 3rd, working on a 4th, taking gases. Papi was a little bit too aggressive there, and it did feel like he played into Cristiano's hands in that game. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. Cristiano leading the series 1-0. Let's go. Let us go, as game 2 is going to be on Alcyone. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our red Polish Protoss player representing Berserker Esports down in the series, looking to bounce back. It is Papi. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle, leading the series 1-0. It is Cristiano. Where is Papi from? Where is Papi from? Papi is from Poland. Papi's from Poland. Again, the House Open Cup. This tournament is, it says it's an open cup, but it is open only to those in Poland. It's a Polish-only event. Papi, despite having a Latin American name, one of these days I need to ask Papi where he got his name from. I need to know. But there has to be a story there. There has to be. It's so odd. I like it. Obviously, I like it. I need to know. The town of Poland in Texas, right? No. Town of Poland in Peru. It has to be in Latin America somewhere. It's the only thing that makes sense. As we do see Cristiano moving out with his probe now. As a reminder, in game 1, Cristiano did go for a real proxy. He proxied his pylon, went for a Stargate on Papi's side of the map. This time we go for another proxy pylon. This time though, it is on Cristiano's side of the map instead. Ooh, Bobby doing the same thing. Okay. So what's happening here is that Bobby's going for a fake proxy. He mines through these minerals and is going for a fake proxy to try to force Cristiano to overreact. Cristiano keeps his probe with his pylon, so it looks like he wants to commit to some hidden tech. And there it is, another Stargate opening. Now, as we mentioned in the previous game, Proxy Stargate is not an all-in. It is a proxy, yes, but it is designed to get you ahead. The goal here is to get into Oracle production, to get into the mineral line, to kill some probes, and to get ahead in the economy that way. Last game, Cristiano couldn't really make use of it. This time, it looks a little bit more secure. It looks unlikely for Bobby to scout this. Meanwhile, probe scout from Cristiano. Again, he has not checked the main base, so this fake proxy pylon didn't really come into play. Because Cristiano didn't scout, he had no reason to believe that there wasn't any kind of proxy. So this opener, less than ideal here for Bobby. Going for his expansion, probe gets found out. At the same time, though, I should also emphasize that Bobby also didn't scout. He also doesn't know that there's a fake or a real proxy pylon out there, so he should be playing safe. Should be. We have a shield battery here at the natural, we have stalkers out, sentries soon thereafter. We have a pylon on the way. Okay, so this pylon should be for a shield battery in the main, but the Oracle's on the way. Are we going to get our defenses up in time? How much damage is this Oracle going to get done? Here come the Adepts. First things first, Adepts, they have arrived. We do force field them out, so we do wall them off with that shield battery. Good reaction here from from Bobby. Cristiano coming in with his Oracle. And making his way towards the main base. The army a little bit out of position, but never mind, we do pivot back. Fall back here to the mineral line. We are in position in time, and the Oracle gets no damage done. Whew. The Oracle doesn't get a single probe. At the same time, Adepts, they do fail to get in. Or as I say that, there is no backup shield battery. The Adepts, they don't quite commit to the shade, though. There's plenty in the main base. Bobby is safe and sound. But now we have a second Oracle. And two Oracles, one-shot probes. Can threaten these bases. The Adepts commit. We force field the ramp. But that's a double-edged sword, because that also means that Bobby is locked away from his natural base. Probes are being hunted down, and we cannot get access. The shield battery. The shield battery. The force field. I keep saying that. Force field does zone Bobby away. 7 probes go down. Ay. So, again, the force field did allow the Adepts to go down, but it also meant that Bobby could not save his workers. And that is brutal. That is 7 probes going down. Cristiano takes a worker lead. Behind this, Blink. Blink is on the way for Cristiano. Likewise, Blink is on the way for Bobby. But Cristiano does maintain his lead. And what else is scary is that these Oracles, they are full HP. They have shields, they have HP, they can go in, they can get even more damage done. It's not over. Not yet. As they get 2 more probes here in the main base, they get a 3rd probe as well. And they will escape. Both Oracles escape, they can regenerate their shields, regenerate their HP, or not their HP, but their shields and their energy. They can dip back in once again. So Bobby's in a bit of trouble. He's in a bit of trouble right now. We're going for a proxy across the map. This makes sense. Do we go for a 2-base all-in? We have 3 gateways back at home. A 4th gateway across the map would make a lot of sense here for Bobby. And there it is. 4 gates. 2 bases. Blink. It's looking to be an all-in. Blink is about to finish. Oracles, once again, they head towards that natural. They get another probe, another 2, another 3. Oh my god! They get 3 more worker kills. And Blink is still not done. We're still 10 seconds away. But we're pushing. We're sending out everything we have. How many Stalkers? We have 12 Stalkers, 3 Sentries, and we can reinforce with 4 Stalkers at a time. Meanwhile, Cristiano investing in a 3rd base. Bold move here by Cristiano. Again, he should have noticed that there is no 3rd base from his opponent.
That one's been inbound for years.
He's a bit of a diva enjoyer. Shield batteries on the way. Can we defend? Robo's not done. No Immortals. And we dive on the army. We dive on the Stalkers. We do focus 2. 3 of them down already. 3 Stalkers do 4. We gain control of the 3rd. But killing this 3rd base is not good enough. We need to go more. We need to go further than that. We need to push in. Boys are being pulled. How good are the force fields? They're pretty good. The boys, they cannot engage. Ace workers go down. The pylon as well, depowering that shield battery. More probes falling. Force field once again, zoning back those Stalkers. And we have slow lots coming in to help support this army against those probes. Against the Stalkers as well. Across the map, the Oracles are going ham. They're at least trying to. But Papi, he has double the Stalker count of his opponents. Not out less so. But he has control. The Natural, he gets 31 probe kills. And he can get the Robo. He can and he will pick off that Robo. More probes are falling though. Those Oracles are going ham. Papi's still very all in. And he places to the main. Blinks into that main base, hunting down those Stalkers. There's 5 Stalkers left for Cristiano. We're down to 5. Down to 4. Down to 3, 2, and barely anything left here. Cristiano, he has no standing army. Shield battery is not done in time. He forced the all-in. And alas, Papi was more than happy to accept it. Again, it was his only way out of this. GG gets called, and Papi ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Oh. Papi had a rough start. Again, the Oracle Harass was insane. The Oracle Harass making use of the sentries against Papi as well, locking him out of his own natural. Going to town and getting 11 probe kills. That was crazy. And because he lost so many probes, an all-in was one of the only options. There are different forms of all-in. Maybe we could have gone for like a hidden Dark Shrine, for example, into DTs, or gone into like an Immortal-based all-in of some kind. But no, 4-gate, 2-base Blink Stalker out of Papi. And Cristiano was a little bit too greedy. It wasn't just that he was getting all this damage done, it was the fact that he had delayed his Robo, so he had delayed Immortal production. He had also rushed into a 3rd base, and rushed into his economy and his pro production. He was so far ahead in the economy, but again, he was just over investing into that, less so into his actual defenses and his main army, and as a result, he was overwhelmed. And with that, we have a tied series. We have a 1-1 score, and that means we get an ace match. Let's go. It all comes down to this. It all comes down to game 3 on Golden Aura. Let's load in. Vámonos, vámonos. I'm catching up in the chat. A bit of a diva enjoyer. Este diva. Este Cristiano. Ay, ay, ay. It's Cristiano, it's Shin. They're the ones that come to mind. I'm shaking my head. But here we go. We're getting into our next game. We're getting into our ace match and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura. We have our red Polish Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Cristiano. Australia also, yep, Australia's another one. True. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Berserker Esports, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Papi. Let's go. I have citizenship in the US and Portugal. Me too. Not in Portugal. I have citizenship here in Australia and also in Peru as well. I do have IDs for both countries. I don't have a Peruvian passport, but I know that I can get one. I can just like apply for one and just pick one up if I really wanted to. Does mean that technically, at least back in the day, I mean, I guess now as well, I could play and I could compete in EPT Americas, true. Did I ever play in any Latin American regional stuff? I don't think I did. I remember I could have, but I just casted everything instead. Smurge, man, smurge. Feels bad, man. Here we go, we're settling into our ace match. And again, shout out to Papi for bringing it here to the ace match. Remember last time they faced off in H.4.0.S Open Cup, it was a 3-0 in favor of Papi. But now Cristiano is a different kind of player, he's a different man, a different kind of Protoss, as he's been improving so much over these past months. And it's going to be double adept. This time, no proxy pylon shenanigans from either player. Double Adept versus Stalker Sentry. Now, Double Adept is going to be more aggressive, going to be moving out across the map, shading out across, threading these mineral lines, and keeping Papi busy back at home. Ooh, and we're doubling down on the aggression. It's going to be Adept Harass alongside Oracle harass, as a Stargate is on the way. So Cristiano is going to be the aggressor once again. And can Papi keep up? Can he defend? Looking at his vision, Papi, he has not probe scattered. Ooh, that is bold.
Your probes are getting owned.
God damn it, Cristiano. Cringed a little bit hearing that. No one says owned anymore. Anyway. Cristiano, he does end up scouting across the map. He does confirm that no pylon is missing. Papi has no idea what is coming his way. Papi also did not scout the first 2 units. And here we go, the adepts, they have revealed themselves. Oh, we do wolf in time. Whew, just barely. Aye. Do we need to update Diva's voice lines with like Zoomer speak whenever the vocabulary updates? Do we? Is that's something we need to do? Oh no. She just started saying smooge. What else do they say? Your probes are getting cooked. Oh. We need Asher. We need Asher to get those voice lines going. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be beautiful. As an say shade into the main. I don't know if you could hear, but I was like struggling to think of like what kids say nowadays. I'm getting old, man. I'm getting old. As Zetups weren't quite able to make their way in, the Oracle's massing up here outside the base. Yes, we have our first Oracle, but fun fact, Papi doesn't know. Never mind. Papi hallucinated the scout. He knows. We have 2 Oracles outside of the main. You can see Papi getting in position. He has his sentries in the main base, and his natural we have Stalkers, so we're in position. We're in position to defend. As I say, that Stalkers are dragged out towards the natural base. Happens to the map. Oracles do dip in. Adepts, they do wreak havoc. They do get 2 probes. Good damage so far. The Oracles, they make their way into the main. They get another 2 workers as well. 4 probes go down. Not a bad start here for Cristiano. Bad start. Meanwhile, Cristiano going for a proxy Dark Shrine. Oh my god. Okay. Talk about aggression here. It's not just the Adepts. It's not just the Oracles. The Oracles are still alive, by the way. Still threatening that main base. I'll be trying to keep up. But last we have the Invisible Man as well. Invisible Man on the way. Thankfully, there is a robo in production. Hopefully, we can get some protection going. Otherwise, Papi is going to be in some trouble, as he does bleed out another 3 probes at the natural base. Hallucination moving out. Hallucination is going to let him know at least that Blink is on the way, but there's not much reason to really suspect there's a hidden tag outside of this. Papi taking a 3rd. Trying to settle into the mid game. Macroing up. As the Oracles, they get another 4 probes in the main. Oof, the drive-by is insane. The Oracle takes a bit of hull damage, but they do survive. Robo's almost done, and hopefully we go Observer first. If we go for an Immortal or a Warp Prism, we're going to be in trouble. Here we go. DTs are on the way. It is going to be an Observer first here for Papi, so he will have detection, but his army's moving out. Oh boy. Papi going for a big counterattack, hitting the 3rd base of Cristiano. And he should force a cancel. But what is canceling a 3rd base in the face of killing probes? Because here comes the Invisible Man. Oh no. DT waddling in towards the main. Papi going to be canceling that 3rd. We do get eyes on this. Observer does spot the DT, and we do get 1 probe kill so far, but only 1. At the same time, 2nd DT not quite committing either. Oh, did go into the main. That's 2 Dark Templar for 1 probe. But it's not worth it, but we make up for it. 4 more probes go down. The Oracles, oh, 1 of them finally falls, but that was an extra couple of probes falling. I'm afraid to look at the units lost tab. 16 probes going down in total this game. That's an entire mineral line. And what has Cristiano really lost? Nothing really. An Oracle, 4 Adepts, 2 Dark Templar. Well worth it. I will say that these DTs haven't really been worth it, but because we've killed so many probes anyway, like, it's losses we can afford. It's Cristiano, he's rebuilding his 3rd. At least Papi is able to get into a faster 3rd base so he can recover and recoup his losses. He can rebuild his workers that much faster. Oracle goes back in, getting another 3 probes. As we move out across the map, we do have an even Stalker count. We have those force fields. We do have that Guardian Shield as well. But the shield battery does finish up in time. Cristiano, he will defend. Let's see Papi rotating around towards the natural. Quite commit here. We go forcing back the army, pushing it towards the natural base itself. Cristiano buying time. He has plenty of shield batteries, by the way. Does beat out a couple of probes. Taking it slow and steady. Papi, he does have the better arc, though, the better angle, the better concave. And points are being pulled. And they're being pulled from behind. Cristiano, he dives on the army. Stalkers are going down. Bearing in mind that Papi does have a lot of his army back at home. Immortals have begun. That's going to be 11 probe kills. I was about to say that Papi is catching up, but I stopped myself as I saw the Oracle coming back in. As despite the damage dealt, Papi still bleeds out more probes. As Papi backs off and both players do take a moment to breathe, to recover. So when it comes to the kind of game state that we have here, Cristiano does have the better upgrades. We have +1 that's halfway done. Meanwhile, we have Papi with the better army going for Immortal production. First Immortal's already out, second Immortal's on the way. And that will help out when it comes to versus Stalker-based armies, but charge shots really do complicate things. Charge shots, they do such a great job at tanking not just Stalker shots, but also Immortal shots as well. As we do see Papi working towards charge, meanwhile Cristiano has not touched that upgrade. I'm a little bit surprised here. No charge on the way, just +1 and nothing but blink Stalkers. This is viable, but it's also quite risky. Cristiano, he will have a more mobile army compared to his opponent. Papi, his Zealots, his Immortals, they also slow him down. It does mean that he's going to have a hard time keeping up. Cristiano can always backstab because of that. But in a head-on fight, I have to favor Papi here. Like, if both armies clash, Papi, he will have the better composition. +2 is now on the way. Templar Archives in production here for Archon production. And we'll see how Cristiano does engage. There we go. Charge now on the way for our red Protoss player. This is late, though. I'm concerned. I'm concerned that is this going to finish up in time, because I'm pretty sure Papi wants to push. Yeah, here we go. The Archons are being morphed in. Cristiano does spot this with a random probe. I don't know what this probe is doing here, but he does spot the move out. Okay, Cristiano does engage. Takes down some Zealots. Good pickoffs here by Cristiano. We do collapse here on top of the army. There's a safe strap on the high ground. A lot of Zealots going down. Before the main fight, Stasis gets triggered on one single Zealot. And Papi collapses on the army. The Immortals in the backline doing so much damage. Overcharge trying to help out, but we do focus it down. And here come the reinforcements. Papi, he's snowballing out of control. He breaks through the third base, gets some of the Stalkers as well. And it looks like Papi should have enough to at least break the third. We spoke about it, like in a head-to-head fight, Papi, he is favored. And the mass blink Stalker Cristiano just cannot keep up. And we have to give up on the base. The Nexus does go down. We get a Unistab here. We're down to 14 Stalkers. We have an even Stalker count. The problem here is that Papi has so much more. Now there is a Stasis. Oh, he sees! Oh my... Papi! Oh my god! Papi does bait at the Stasis. Reinforcements on the way. Archons. More Zealots as well. Cristiano, he's buying time, and he does have a backup third, or he does have a fourth that he does pull back to. And there's 4 shield batteries, by the way. That Immortal getting a little bit cavalier. Ooh, we do juggle it back. Good micro there out of Papi. Cristiano does have a bit of concave, but here come the Archons forcing back the army. They do force Cristiano back. The safety of those shield batteries. More Zealots on the way. Shield batteries running out of energy. We do have the overcharge. Papi does have to respect it. Good juggling here. Archons were getting picked off. We're down to 2. 2 Archons left. We pick up another +2 coming in clutch here for Cristiano. Taking down Archon after Archon. And Papi's army, it's shrinking. Army getting smaller and smaller here. Is taking a 4th base behind this. Oh, we don't quite snipe the Immortal. But Papi has to retreat. Oh, the Archon. Archon does go down. Ooh, Immortal as well. A bit of miscontrol there out of Papi, losing some of those units. And as the dust does settle, Papi is ahead in workers. He still has those 2 Immortals. But Cristiano with +2 is going for a big counterattack. He's going for the 4th. Uh-oh. And Papi, not where he needs to be. He's out of position. The 4th base, it's going to go down. That's 400 minerals down the drain. 4th base does fall. Papi thinking about moving out across the map. His army is fragmented though. Half and half. And we do see Cristiano taking advantage of that. He does pick up an Immortal. Big pickup. This is what we spoke about how Cristiano's army is more mobile. It is just more flexible, more mobile in general. Zealot Run Back comes in, going for the natural, we're going for a base trade. It's a full-on base trade at this point. It's all or nothing. The natural has been broken for Papi. At the same time, Papi busting into the main. Pushing into the main base, depowering that forge, not allowing +3 to finish. At the same time, +2 still in the way in the main of Papi. Boys are being pulled, probes are going down. And we're just trying to depower as many gateways as we can. Likewise, Papi making a final stand in the main, but he's running out of units. That's 63 probes going down. Oh, every probe is falling. Everything is on fire, and Papi has to come back home. Papi is down to 0 workers. Uh-oh. 0 probes left for Papi. What you see is what you get when it comes to buildings, which means Papi, he has to come back home. He doesn't want to, but we're going to be running out of buildings soon. And for now, he's killing every single probe. He's just making sure that there is no economy, and there's the recall. Recalls to the natural. And he has to come back home with the rest of his army. Like, again, overall, I want to favor Papi in a head-to-head fight, but he split up half and half. We do force a recall. 2 armies going to be clashing. A bit of an awkward fight here for Papi. He bleeds out an Archon. Bleeds out an Immortal. You can see Cristiano picking Papi apart here. Yeah, most of his army wasn't a part of this. The Immortals go down. And Cristiano, with that upgrade advantage, he's doing this. He's pulling it off. Picks off more Stalkers. The Archons, they just can't reach. They can't engage. Army comes back. Cristiano, he has mining going on. Ooh, takes down the Prism as well. And Papi is getting pulled apart. He's getting picked apart. GG gets called. Cristiano, amidst all the chaos, takes down Papi 2-1 and advances on to the grand finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Cristiano coming back here. He was in trouble, by the way. Remember, after the successful push of Papi, where he was able to kill the 3rd base, Papi, he was up 20 probes. He was up 20 workers. He was up in Immortals and Archons. He had chargelets as well. But if you remember, the upgrades weren't quite in his favor, and Cristiano, he was able to make great use of those Blink Stalkers, had great micro, was able to micro back against the army, force back the forces of Papi, and counterattack and force his space trade. And in the middle of this space trade, multiple times, we saw Cristiano pick off an Archon, pick off an Immortal hero there, just pick apart and pick away at the army. Even though I still stand by it, even as the base trade was going on, if the entirety of Papi's army fought the army of Cristiano, I think Papi wins. But he never had that opportunity. He never had that available to him where he could have this kind of frontal engagement. He was just, yeah, having a hard time keeping up with Cristiano, and GG. GG, well played. In the midst of that base trade, in the midst of that chaos, Cristiano did come out on top and does advance on to the finals. Congratulations. Congratulations. We have our grand finals being set up as we speak. It's going to be a PvP between Cristiano and Geralt. Oh boy. It is going to be a rematch, as I would say both Cristiano and Geralt are some of the best Protoss players in all of Poland. Mana's an interesting player just because I would have said last year that Geralt and Cristiano were stronger than Mana and in better form. But I think it was like in EPT Spring, like Mana was getting some crazy results here. Let me just double check. Like Mana, he was really impressing me this year specifically, like 2024. I want to say it was during the regionals that this was happening. Let me just double check. Yeah, where Mana, it was in the regionals where he 3-1 Lambo. Like, he took down Lambo of all players. He's been competing, of course, in WTL, took down Young Yakov, took down Shadown, took down Wayne. That was an awardee TV event last month. But yeah, those are like really, really impressive results out of Mana, and because of that, it's almost like Mana, he's kind of bouncing back a little bit. I know that Mana's been spending time playing like Stormgate and other games, but he's also in contention for best Protoss out there, but he is less active than Cristiano and Geralt. We have to admit that. Cristiano and Geralt, they're very active in the online tournament scene, and they have been improving at a higher rate than Mana, is what I will say. And yeah, they're kind of vying for that crown of #1 Protoss in Poland. They're vying for that crown, they're fighting over it. Who does it belong to? I would say maybe it's a bit of recency bias, but when it comes to recent form, Cristiano has been looking very impressive. Like, he's beaten Geralt in the last 2 finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. In the last 2 weeklies, he has beaten Geralt, as we're getting these very impressive results. But it's a PvP, I can never count Geralt out. And I would not be surprised if this goes to the ace match. If this just goes back and forth all the way to game 5, I don't expect like a blowout. I don't expect a 3-0 in either direction. But we'll see. We shall see. Wouldn't Australia participate in EBT America too? Australia's been merged with Asia. Back in WCS, yes, it was the US. Yeah, WCS was different, because if you remember, WCS Premier League was America, but it wasn't Latin America. Fun fact, if you remember, back then in WCS Premier League, Latin America had Copa America. Like, they had their own thing. They had Copa America. They did not compete in WCS Americas. Instead, WCS Americas was North America, not including Mexico, and it was also China, Southeast Asia, and Australia as well. They were all kind of like bundled into WCS Americas back in the day. It was interesting. Interesting times. But if you remember, it wasn't just that, it was also, I mean, I guess anyone could play, because you also had the Koreans compete as well. Remember Pig Baby, of course, taking down Tasia. He took down Bomber and Tasia as well in his WCS Americas run. Those are the days. If you remember Pig Baby, you remember. And I think it was after that win that Pig Baby, he joined Jin Air Green Wings. Joined Jin Air. After he claimed that. Good times, good times. If you remember, you're old. But here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Polish Protoss player, the red Polish Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming, as we have made it. Oh my god, my apologies. We've made it here to the grand finals of Grand Finales of the House Open Cup number 9. We are here to crown our champion. Will it be one Protoss or the other? Again, we had some big names face off against them. Players like Papi, players like Spirit. I feel like everyone involved, even myself included, believed that Spirit would be the contender for this week's cup. But no, Spirit, he went down earlier tonight against this very player, against the red Protoss. For Sidestorm Gaming, Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. The contender, the would-be challenger, it is Cristiano. He just bounced back in a wild base trade against Papi. Now it all comes down to this PvP, as Cristiano is going for a Max Pax, is going for a Gate Expand, Gateway on the low ground, is going for a double gas opener, so it's going to be Gateway into Cybercore into Stargate, followed by the Nexus, but overall an economic build from Cristiano. Geralt opening up 2 Gate, it's going to be on Geralt to punish this. Now, if you are familiar with Cristiano, if you've been watching recently, if you've been watching Sparkling Tuna Cup, if you've been watching WTL, you would know that in PvPs, Cristiano has been very fond of this. Like, I don't know what it is, but I was not expecting, out of all players in Europe, I was not expecting Cristiano to be like the disciple of Max Packs. Because not many people do this. We see like Showtime, or even Hero has been sprinkling it in here and there, going for like the Gate Cyber Expand. But Cristiano, he has been the player outside of Max Packs who's been doing this more often than not. It's been very interesting to see Cristiano kind of adopt this. There's that Stargate that we spoke about. Again, double gas means Cybercore into Stargate, followed by expansion. We do get the pylon block from Geralt, trying to delay the expansion for as long as he can. And we'll see how Geralt does respond to this. So far, 2 gateways into a would-be expansion as well. No strong reaction yet. No signs of a one base all-in from Geralt. No signs from our red Protoss player. As the probe is going to be shut down, does end up falling. We do force a cancel on the pylon, and now Cristiano can expand, and he has the money for it, and he will soon expand with that 400 minerals. Nexus is on the way. Stargate does finish. It should be for an Oracle first. If Geralt goes for one base all in, then Cristiano can go for a Void Ray back at home. Again, if you're familiar with Max Packs, then you'd be familiar with this build, because this is like Max Packs' go-to. And Geralt is building up and banking up his own resources to take his own natural. There it is. The natural is finally going to be on the way. But later than that of Cristiano. In a mirror matchup, that's everything. So Geralt, he's pushing out. He has 2 Stalkers, soon to be 4. He's biding his time, waiting for his opportunity. Trying to catch out any stray units, and here we go, we're pushing in. Shield Battery does finish up in time. Oracle does pop out as well. Geralt poking in. Applying some pressure here. We do have a backup Shield Battery on the way. Ooh, we do get a kill. It's a kill that'll cancel the Shield Battery. Good pickup. Stalker's taking some hits. The Oracle did not turn back around. We force a recall, and here comes the Oracle. But the Stalkers, they get here just in time. The Oracle does no damage. We have 4 Stalkers in the main. Ooh, big overextension by Cristiano. Oh my god. We take some extra hits, but the Oracle does survive. Cristiano gets away. And Geralt setting up a proxy. What do you have? What do you have for us? It's Dark Shrine. We have a Twilight Council in the main. We have a proxy pylon. This screams Dark Shrine. And there it is. Proxy Dark Shrine is on the way. Remember, I mentioned in the previous series how this has become more popular. You know, back in the day, this used to be much more rare, but yeah, the Proxy Dark Shrine has been much more in fashion these past couple of months. I say couple of months, like these past 2 months. It's been very trendy. It's been their moda. As the Invisible Man is going to be on the way. Cristiano going for a stasis trap. Now again, what's a little bit scary here is that there is no scout. There is an Oracle, so we do have revelations available. We can get some detection from the side of Cristiano, but there's no robo. There is no constant form of detection available here. And Geralt, he's hunting down that Oracle. He's looking for it. And if he can bring it down, then there's just no way for Cristiano to really deal with these DTs. Third base is on the way, so we're being even more greedy here, or just focusing on our economy, building ourselves up. Third Nexus is delayed. Oh, do we time it right? Oh, we do! Very impressive with the timing from Cristiano. The stacked stasis here. Very nicely done. Stasis does complete. Probe still locked in. But here come the Dark Templar. The Invisible Man has arrived. We have 3 of them as well. And what's scary, because we just threw down that revelation, we have less energy threw down the stasis trap. We have less energy for revelation. Stalkers push in, they get forced back. Still no robo, no forge, no cannons, no nothing. The Oracle has to recall back home. We do go for the recall. Main army gets forced back. We're waddling in. And we do have a revelation available. But we split up the Stalkers. We split up the DTs, I mean. And probes are going down. We get 1 revelation in the natural. But we have a DT in the main as well. And a DT at the 3rd. And what can Cristiano do? He does get a 2nd revelation off. That's still 16, 17 probes going down, and we're still going. We're still getting more damage done. Revelation does connect. We get all 3 Dark Templar, but that's 21 probe kills. That's over a mineral line. And with that, Geralt, he takes the lead. He reinforces with more Stalkers. Has to be careful not to throw too much away. Does have to take care. More DTs waddling in, bearing in mind that we are still reliant on Revelations, on energy, for that detection. There is still no Robo, there's still no Observer. And this could just be game. Yeah, we get 1 Revelation on 1 DT, but we have 2 more coming in. Main army moves out, and Cristiano, he's all in. He's all in at this point. It's all or nothing. Does take down a gateway, rams up against an overcharge. Plenty of Stalkers to defend, and we are getting more damage done here. We still have a DT alive at the natural. We're still not done with how much damage we're dealing. So we do get in. Oof. Yeah, and GG gets called. The Invisible Man is just too much. And Geralt takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, is a very risky play style here from Geralt, just because if your opponent does end up going into a Robo, into Observers, like it completely shuts it down, or if they're able to scout you as well, but did go unscouted, and Geralt was able to snowball out of control with those Dark Templar. There was just no counterplay available there for Cristiano, just heavily reliant on those Observers, and yeah, he just could not keep up, could not clean up those DTs in time. GG. GG, well played. Geralt takes a lead, but it's a best of 5. It's a best of 5. We have plenty more games ahead of us. We have more opportunity to bounce back. Let's go, and I'm hoping for a back and forth here, as game 2 is on Golden Aura. Let's go. Let us go. And here we go, spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our red Protoss player, leading the series 1-0 in the grand finals of the House Open Cup. Representing Sidestorm Gaming, it is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, representing Starlight Twinkle. Looking to bounce back in this series, make a series out of it. It is Cristiano. Again, he's a new pickup of Starlight Twinkle. For a very, very long time, he was on Team Blazer, but Starlight Twinkle has since branched out. I mentioned before, but Starlight Twinkle, they did lose Nice. Nice joined another team. He joined Team Little Fairy. So in the absence of Nice, they did need a Protoss replacement, and Cristiano has been the player to step in. He has been the player to step up. And here we go. Geralt's moving out with his Probe Scout. It is going to be a 2-gate opener this time. 2-gate opener out of Cristiano, 2-gate opener out of Geralt. This time we have some standard builds. No Max Packs opener this time. And it is a little bit riskier here on Golden Aura as, hello Cristiano. This is a prime spot for a proxy Robo. A prime spot for a 1-base all-in. Pylon has been thrown down. Probe is in position. Now what is scary is that this is a very common proxy location, and Geralt, he sees that the pylon is missing. There should be a second pylon in the main, just like how Geralt, his second pylon is finishing up right now next to the gases, and he knows that Cristiano's is missing. So he knows that there's a pylon somewhere. It could be real, it could be fake. It is a Robo, it's a 1-base all-in as we mentioned. This is just a really strong location for it. So 1-base all-in by Cristiano. Geralt, he still has to confirm, and he's checking. He's checking the left-hand side of the map with 1 probe, and he's moving out with another towards the right-hand side. So 2 probes are on the field, and based on the rally, ooh, we're checking the edge of the map first before the center. So we are not scouting this anytime soon. Geralt is in the dark. Probe slips in. Cristiano does confirm the 2-gate opener. He does confirm the positioning of the second pylon as well. Ooh, Geralt setting up his own proxy across the map. Do we go one base versus one base? That's a third gateway. Uh-oh. Things are about to pop off here. Cristiano is looking for the third pylon, and his proxy has been found. He has to respond. He has to rotate over with his stalkers. Immortals on the way. Now, Cristiano should save this. It's going to be... Yeah, Cristiano, he should be able to shoot first. Does rock up, does zone away that stalker, shuts down the probe. Yeah, without vision. Oh, actually, Geralt, he does spot this from over the wall. And we focus down the pylon, it will fall. Oh, barely does delay that Immortal. Massive pick up here from Geralt. Very nicely done. At the same time, that's going to be a fourth gateway across the map. So 3 gateways back at home, 1 across the map, 4 gate in total. It's a 4-gate, 1 base all in. That's mad. So Geralt is committed, so is Cristiano. Who comes out on top? We're about to find out. It's soon to find out. The Immortal does arrive. Prism's on the way as well. Ooh, we did pick up some Stalkers. That is dangerous. So it's going to be 3 gateways versus 4 gates. But again, we have Immortals. We have the Warp Prism. Cristiano has micro potential. With the Warp Prism, he basically has defensive blink. Geralt reinforcing across the map. He just spent his recall. Remember that. Geralt does not have a recall available. We're going for a base trade. We are going for a base trade. What does Geralt have back at home to defend? He has a shield battery on the way. Soon to be an overcharge. Shield sentries as well for force fields. Let's go. Cristiano, we have to come back home. Yeah, he turns back around. He recalls back home. Ay, ay, ay. A brutal recall. We focus on one pylon. We do get another as well, just barely. We're maybe overextending here. We do get a probe, but it's going to cost us 4 stalkers. This is a rough trade. Good control from Cristiano. Yeah, 4 stalkers go down. Sentry here on the ramp. Geralt still massing up back at home, getting into his own robo production. And Cristiano, is he aware that there is a proxy out there? Gets the sentry. Doesn't check on the right-hand side. Oh, and we have Adepts on the way. The wall is wide open. Adepts are going to be shading in. Cristiano, this all-in, the longer this goes on, the harder it becomes. I mean, I say that, but there's also one base all-in from Geralt, so it's a really weird game state as we do wall off in time. Clutch wall off there from Cristiano. Prism on its way towards the main. Cristiano pushing in towards the main base of Geralt. Again, we do have sentries, do have force fields. But Geralt's out of position here. Okay, it does rotate in time. Immortals on the way. Show us the force fields. So far, so good. But Cristiano, he juggles his way into the main Adepts. They're also trying to bust in. And Immortals forcing the way in, and they depower the gateways as well. There is that overcharge available. But Cristiano, he's going for another massive warp, and Geralt supply blocked. No! Geralt, he's getting into the main. It's taking too long. It's taking too long. It has taken too long to get into the main. Boys are being pulled. And Cristiano is snowballing out of control. Even with the overcharge, it's just not enough. We focus down the Immortal. And there's just too much DPS. Cristiano, he is bouncing back in this series. It was a weird one. It was a chaotic game 2 here. One base versus one base. That's every single probe going down. Meanwhile, across the map, Cristiano, he does minimize his losses. A lot of probes are falling as well, don't get me wrong. But he gets the Immortal. He gets the last fighting units here of Geralt. There's nothing left. There's 2 Adepts. There's 1 Adept. There's 0 Adepts. GG gets called, and Cristiano ties up the series 1-1. GG. We have a tie-up series. We have a series on our hands. We have a back and forth. Whew, that was, again, a wild one. I wasn't too sure who to favor when it came to the one base versus one base. I was really concerned when Cristiano was forced to recall back home, but and the fact that he also did not scout the proxy either. He wasn't able to find it, but he was able to commit across the map. Unfortunately, Geralt got supply blocked at a really rough moment. A really rough supply block there for Geralt. It did mean that he just could not reinforce, could not warp in. His force fields were... I mean, they didn't matter because of the Warp Prism as well. And Cristiano was able to force his way into the main base, was able to get the win in the end. And now we're here to determine who takes the lead. Who takes the lead in this series as we're loading in to Ghost River. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into game number 3. Who will gain momentum in this best of 5? Who will be that step closer to becoming this week's champion? As spawning in the top right hand corner of Ghost River, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Storm Gaming. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player, representing Starlight Twinkle, tying up the series 1-1 that last game, forcing a more back-and-forth series. It is Cristiano. Here we go. And we do see Cristiano once again going for the Max Packs opener. We spoke about this before. I'm not in love with this on Ghost River, I'll be honest. So it's going to be a 2-gate opener from Geralt. Cristiano, he's going for a gate expand setup here. And I'm not fond of it for one reason. The map. Ghost River, it's a very short rush distance map just a very short rush distance map. It doesn't take long at all to get across the map and to apply pressure and to go for an all-in. And it's going to be a straight-up gate expand. We need a little bit more time. Geralt coming in for the pylon block. We have the money for it, but the money is being wasted. We're up to 400 minerals, and we need the Nexus. Oh, big delay. Yeah, big delay. Cristiano forced to throw down the Cybercore. He wanted the Nexus, but could not throw it down. Forced to go for the Cybercore because of the delayed second gas. We can't go into a Stargate, and this is a rough start. It's a rough start for Cristiano. There we go. Now forced to take that gas. So if you remember in game 1, the build of choice for Cristiano was a gate cyber expand with a double gas into a Stargate. Here, because he delayed his second gas, he intentionally delayed his Cybercore. He was trying to go for a faster Nexus. He's denied it. And now he's playing catch up here. Now he's trying to turn water into wine with his build. Another pylon block on the natural. Behind this, Geralt going for a Stargate follow-up with Adepts. A very aggressive build here from Geralt. He's going to be harassing on the ground with Glaive Adepts, harassing from the air with those Oracles. Stalker finally comes out and we can finally expand. Again, Cristiano has the money for it, and there it is. Nexus is finally on the way. Nexus still before the Stargate. And it will be a faster Nexus, don't get me wrong. It is faster than that of Geralt. But it has been delayed by quite a bit. It is not as greedy, not as economic as Cristiano would have wanted. Do have our own second gateway, actually. Interesting. Getting to our second gateway. Geralt rotating around. Extend a probe, is expanding himself. Not a one base all in. Just looking to harass. Ooh, and the Adepts, they do shade into the main. Oh, this should not have happened. The wall was not a wall. The SimCity was less than ideal, and we get 4 probe kills. This is racking up very quickly. 6 probes go down. One of the Adepts will escape, and we're not done because here comes the Oracle, and Cristiano, has he scouted? He does not know, but he does move his Stalkers in position, thankfully. He has 2 Stalkers in the main base, but probes are still going to go down. We get 1, we get 2, we get 3. 3 probe kills, 9 in total. The Adept comes back in. It's only 1 Adept, and it takes 2 Adepts to one-shot a probe, so not going to be able to achieve too much here. The Adept is getting quite low. Yeah, the Adept goes down. But 9 probes to 2 Adepts, worth it. Well worth it here for Geralt. And as a result, Geralt, despite the fact that he got a later expansion, does now have a worker lead. Geralt does maintain that economic lead. We saw the Oracle try to dip back in for a moment, but alas was zoned away. Behind this we have Blink in production from both players, with similarly timed upgrades as well. So no big advantage from either Geralt or Cristiano. Third gateway on the way for Geralt. And from here, Geralt, he can just chill and expand. He can just chill, take a third base. And expand. So they'll get shut down. There's that third that we spoke about. We can see Geralt checking the third base of Cristiano. Because of the layout of the map, there's only one third base you can expand to, and that's this one. There is no linear third. Just the triangular one. Cristiano's is on the way. Ooh, only one Stalker in position. We can get some probes. We get 1, we get 2, we get 3. Do we get 4? Ooh, we do get 4, but we get punished. A little bit too greedy there by Geralt. 3 would have been enough to get away, but he gets a 4th. The cost of the Oracle. But still, that is 14 probes for 2 Adepts and 1 Oracle. Aye, aye, aye. So again, the Oracles did pay for themselves. Behind this, backup Oracle on the way. This is interesting. I do like this. What are the odds that your opponent makes an Oracle this late into a PvP? Very low. Very low odds. So Cristiano, after killing the Oracle, he has nothing in position. Nothing in the main, nothing in the natural. Why would he need anything there? He has everything at the third, which means that there's a big opening. There's a wide opening here for Geralt. It's a third base distracting Cristiano. At the same time, the Oracle goes ham into the mineral line. We managed to get 2, 3, 4 probes. Oh, barely not 4. Only 3 for now. We check the main. We scout the Dark Shrine. Massive scout there from Geralt. Does get eyes on the Invisible Man. Oh, God. And Cristiano, again, he was trying to pull a fast one on Geralt, but the Dark Templar is not going to be good enough. Robo's on the way. Observer as well. Cristiano does have a proxy pylon. There we go. Dark Templar being warped in. As Adepts, a shade into the natural once again. Cristiano is being pulled apart. Probe after probe going down. The Oracle hits the main base at the same time. And here come the Dark Temple. We have cannons in production. Now, the cannon won't finish in time, but we do have an Observer. We already have an Observer. Does come out. We force a real... That's a weird recall. Oh, on the Oracle, actually. Okay, I can get behind that. I thought it was a recall on the Observer. First DT gets no damage. This other Dark Templar, likewise, no kills either. Just the 1 DT going down. Now, this may not have killed many or any workers, but it has kept it has kept Geralt busy. Here we go, DT does waddle back in. This time getting some damage done. 3 probes going down. That's something. Oh, that's less than ideal. As we catch the other Dark Templar. Geralt's still ahead in workers. Likewise, Geralt now is ahead in upgrades, working on +1 attack. Gateway explosion as well. And Cristiano, he still has recovering to do. It's been a rough game. Jesus. 25 probe kills. Oh my god. 25 workers have gone down. That is brutal. And here comes Geralt. Looking at the army, he's got 22 Stalkers at the 15 of Cristiano. Now, we do have a shield battery, we do have an overcharge. Bear that in mind. So Cristiano, he can defend. No shield battery here at the natural, so the Oracle can get some more damage done. Here we go. Geralt, he does dive in, gets a pylon. Ooh, gets the shield battery. Very nicely done. Shield battery goes down as well. We can see Geralt going for a Dark Shrine. Cristiano does have a safety cannon here at the third. The Oracle does get into the natural. Gets some damage done, gets away. Geralt pushing in, and yeah, he just has an overwhelming army. GG, or the 1G, Papi, as Geralt takes game number 3, taking a lead in the series. GG, Papi. Oh. Very impressive stuff there out of Geralt. And once again, this is not the first time that we've seen Cristiano go for that greedy build on Ghost River. And just like last time, he was punished for it. Whether it's Geralt, whether it's Nightmare, we've seen Cristiano time and time again go for this more greedier economic build on Ghost River, and it just seems too greedy and too risky to me, just considering the map there. We saw that Geralt, it took him, or he got across the map so quickly with his probe, he denied the expansion, did disrupt the opener of his opponent, and it felt like Geralt was kind of in the driver's seat there, because if you remember, that led into the Adept harass, that led into the Oracle harass, that led into him scouting and preparing for the Dark Templar as well. Like, Geralt was all over Cristiano in that game, and very well done. Did successfully punish Cristiano for his build of choice, and now we find ourselves in Game 4. We find ourselves with Geralt leading the series and Cristiano falling behind. Can he catch back up? Can he force that ace match, or is it all over here and now? Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Alkione, bottom left hand corner of Alkione, we have our Polish Protoss player, the red Protoss, leading the series 2-1, one game away from becoming this week's House Open Cup champion. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing Starlight Twinkle. Down in this series, can he bounce back? Can he fight back here and now? He needs to force that ace match. It is Cristiano. We go. As we do see Cristiano going for a more greedier max build once again, gateway on the low ground. But I'm content with this. On a map like Alkione, on a very large macro map that we see here before us, this makes sense. Makes plenty of sense here from our blue Protoss player. It's going to be a little bit harder, more difficult for Geralt to punish. As Geralt is moving out with the probe scout, so is Cristiano. Getting eyes on each other. It's going to be that 2-gate opener here from Geralt. And Cristiano is going to be doing his best Max Pax impression. Now, we can see the main base. This time he took 2 gases. Double gas opener here out of Cristiano. What does this mean? This means a faster Cybercore. This means a delayed Nexus, so it doesn't matter as much that the probe is here. It's going to be a Cybercore into Stargate, with our first Zealot, of course, into a bit of a delayed expansion. But the expansion should still be faster than that of Geralt. Back at home, second pylon has been scouted, so Cristiano knows that there's no proxy. He knows that there's no shenanigans here from Geralt. Not yet. There can still be a 1-base all-in, but there's no proxy at least from our red Protoss. So Cristiano, he can breathe a little bit easier for the time being. Zealot has arrived. Stargate's going to be on the way as soon as we finish up the Cybercore. There's that Stargate on the way. And this should be for an Oracle opener. I say should be because, I mean, if Geralt goes for a Stargate himself, then we could go into a Phoenix opener instead. If we catch wind of an all-in, there could be a Void Ray first. So far, pylons are being shut down. Probe coming back. Geralt's moving out with a second probe. Very interesting. We'll keep an eye on this worker. Very suspect. Third pylon gets thrown down. Nice delay in the expansion. Probe is finally going to be hunted. There's our Nexus. And show us what you got. The probe is throwing down a pylon. Geralt, what do you have for us? What are we going to whip out? Okay, it's going to be a third gateway in the main base. It's a 1-base all-in. 100%. Yep, pylons on the way. This could either be... This should be a 4th gateway. It should just be a 1-base 4-gate all-in. Otherwise, we would have seen tech. I feel like it might be a little bit too late for a Robo or a Twilight Council. So, yep, there we go. It's going to be the 4th gateway. We would have seen tech by now if that's where we wanted to go. So, Geralt's going to try and brute force his way through. There's no finesse here. There's no blink. There's no immortals. There's no warp prison to juggle. No. Just pure stalkers. Just a pure gateway army. Let's go. Now, Cristiano did go Oracle first. He's going to be harassing across the map. We need that Void Ray, though. Cristiano does need the Void Ray. Does force back the army. We can see the Cybercore taking a lot of hits. One Stalker goes down. Big pick off here by Cristiano. Get the Stalker. Forcing back the army. Oracle's on the way. What do we have in the main base? We have a shield battery in position. One shield battery is good enough to deal with one Oracle. For the most part. Oracle goes to the beam. Shield battery going to be able to delay the damage. And do we have an offensive warp in? Oh, we do not. We just warp in across the map instead. Geralt trying to break Cristiano here and now. We're pushing in. That Cybercore once again still getting very low. It's going to fall. Cybercore gets picked up. No more sentries, no more stalkers. Ooh, we picked up another stalker as well. And we did miss a force field. I don't know if you saw that. We did miss a good opportunity to force field, and Geralt, he takes control of the low ground, takes down the gateway. Where are the Void Rays? I just realized no Void Ray production here to Cristiano. Without Void Rays, you have to wait for the Immortal. The Immortal comes out, but a little bit too late to save the wall. Boys are being pulled. We had a force field. That's all the energy we had left. And Geralt, he's overwhelming. He takes out the Oracle as well. It moves into the army. Not like this. We have another force field as well. There's the overcharge. But we just zone away the Immortal. Very nice force field from Geralt. And now we're going for the Immortal. It's trapped. There's no way out. It does get focused down. And Cristiano, he's down to the bare bones. He's down to one Immortal, two Stalkers, and one Sentry. And GG gets called. There's just too much to handle here. Geralt snowballs out of control, and he will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's House Open Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Geralt as he does take the series, does take down Cristiano. Again, Cristiano, bold move in his defense. Once you catch wind of the all-in, once you realize how aggressive your opponent's being, Void Rays. When you're in that position from Cristiano's point of view, because your production's so limited, because you have that Nexus, you need to make use of the production that you have. The Stargate made the Oracle. The Stargate needs to keep making the units. Needs to make Void Rays to defend. Just because you have such limited production available to you, you can't make anything else. You can warp in like 2 Stalkers at a time or 1 Stalker at a time, and that is it. Yes, we had a robot with Immortals on the way, but we also needed those Void Rays just so we could have something to hold on, something to hold the line, to buy time for the Immortals and from extra warp-ins and to defend. Alas, Cristiano, he cut corners. He cut corners there. He was a little bit greedy. He was punished for that greed, and in the end, Geralt snowballed out of control. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Geralt. And a really impressive showing here from him, because I was praising a lot of these other players earlier. I was praising Spirit for having a deep run in EPT Spring in the European Regionals and having a really good showing there. I was praising Cristiano for his WTL performances and the online tournaments in general, winning these Sparkling Tuna Cups back-to-back, defeating Geralt in these finals back-to-back as well. But Geralt, he's been rising up on his own. Likewise, just like these players here. Last night, Geralt took down Max Pax in Kung Fu Cup, and now he also takes down Cristiano as well. GG, well played. I guess what I should emphasize here is that all these players, a lot of these Polish players, they've all been improving a lot here. They're all very active players in the online tournament scene, and they're not done peaking, is what I should say. I'm sure they're all still improving. They're all getting better week after week. We're able to showcase them against each other, and congratulations to Geralt. He gets his revenge versus Cristiano. GG, well played. And I believe in another 2 weeks we're going to have another House Open Cup. Again, it is a bi-weekly tournament. Every 2 weeks we have you covered with some Polish on Polish action. So it's going to be back in a couple of weeks. Otherwise, I'm sure you can see these players in events like Sparkling Tuna Cup, OSC King of the Hill, and other online events as well. So cheer them on. Look forward to them. They're all doing well. They are all doing well. GG, well played. With that, that is going to wrap up our broadcast for now. I say for now just because it hasn't been too long. It's only been 3 hours. You know, I could end it here and now. True. But I've been trying to find some time to broadcast something else. Over the past couple of weeks, we've had some viewer-submitted replays. Some of the viewers in the chat have been submitting replays. I have 3 of them here tonight, 3 of them, and I've been trying to find an opportunity to showcase them and cast them. We've been busy as of late, and especially with WTL, our broadcasts go very late into the night. Here, I have an opportunity. We're going to be going on a short break, and when we return, I'm going to have set up the overlays, and we're going to be diving into something a little bit more chill, into viewer replays instead. You know, showcased and submitted by the viewers, by the people in the chat. We can show them off. We have 3 matches, and yeah, we'll go through all of them. We'll go through all of them. I am somewhat expectant here. I kind of know what I'm getting into, and I'm looking forward to it. I'm ready. I am ready. I don't know if you're ready in the chat, though. I don't know if you're ready. Again, if you want to support the Polish scene, you know, support Kashim. Kashim is a big influencer and a big name behind the Polish community just because he organizes and admins so many events. Likewise, Kashim is also the person behind the Ligalac. When it comes to H.4.0.S Open Cup, H.4.0.S is it's like chaos. There's like an invisible sea there. And they are a gaming bar. They're a gaming bar over in Poland, over in Warsaw, in the capital Poland, and they host offline events from time to time. These online weeklies give you points leading into an offline final, so look forward to that as the offline finals is on the horizon for the Polish community. Again, we've casted many of them in the past. Check them out on YouTube. We have a playlist with all of them listed back to back, and yeah, for now we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, viewer replays, they're going to be coming at you. See you soon. See you soon, Bobby. Pop. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you guys enjoyed that break, enjoyed that brutal OST. Hope you all had some time to drain your disruptors, hydrate your hydras, and massage all of your marines, because we are back with something a little bit different, something a little bit special. Every now and then we accumulate replays. We accumulate replays from the community, by the community, for the community, the people in the chat. We do have a point redemption process in the chat. If you have enough points, I think it's like 10,000 points or something, then you can redeem replays, and we will of course cast them to our best ability. Usually we're not as harsh when it comes to casting these replays. Of course, a lot of the people that do submit them are not necessarily GM, or they're not necessarily pro players. Fun fact though, we do actually have some pro players that redeem replays. So we have 3 matches here tonight. One of them is submitted by Frost. Frost, of course, is a supporter of the channel for a very long time. Every now and then she does end up submitting some of these replays to us, and we are more than willing to host them. We also have replays submitted by Demi, of course, the Indian Zerg player, best player in all of India. Let's go. And we also have a replay submitted by Oreo as well, best Zerg player in all of Australia. And of course, one of the CranKy Ducklings. No bias whatsoever. So, honestly, the quality of play that we'll be featuring here in these viewer replays is going to be quite high, higher than normal. Like, normally we have, you know, some of our more, like, lesser player, like diamond players, or platinum players, or gold players. But here, it's going to be with the masters and the pro players instead. And we have our first game. As you can see on the screens here, it's going to be a game between Frost and Slammer. Now, all of these games are ladder games. They are all ladder games where they face off against each other. If you're unfamiliar with Slammer, Slammer is a streamer. He's an Australian Zerg player, and he is a bit of a character. If you haven't tuned into his stream before, he always refers to himself in a third person, and he has like this kind of narrative, this kind of like role playing that he does, and he talks himself up a lot. It's I mean, it's fun. It's fun. I've actually played him on the ladder before as well. We had a close series, what I will say. But yeah, we'll see how Frost does face off against him as we're loading into our game. It's gonna be on post youth. Oh boy, let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, there he is! In the bottom left-hand corner, we have a red Zerg player giving us his intro. He is online. What is he? He is Slammer. Fake Slammer confirmed. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have one of our lovely viewers in the chat. We have the blue Terran player. Representing Clan Donkey, it is Frost. You doubt the Slammer, you get the hammer. Oh, let's go. Oh, no. Oh, no. The banter has begun. But yes, if you mess with the Slammer, you get the hammer. That's usually how it goes. Again, Slammer, again, he's a bit of a character. He's very active in the chat, and that's how he talks. Good stuff. As it's a gas pool. Okay, to kick things off, a very aggressive build. Gonna be a gas pool opener. Now, I'll be honest, I don't really watch much of Slammer. I don't really know what his playstyle is or his tendencies are. I don't really know what he favors, but this is quite an aggressive build. This could be a Link Flood into a Bane Bust. This could be a Roach Rush. We could be rushing into a fast lair. There's a lot of builds available, a lot of different paths that we can kind of walk down here for Slammer. I'm curious where we're headed, as we have enough gas for Link speed. Meanwhile, across the map, it's going to be a CC first build here from Frost. Very greedy, but you can get away with this greed on this map. Going to be CC first into a 2 racks follow-up. This could be CC first into 3 CC into 3 racks. I'm curious where Frost is going with this. Which is going to be 2 racks into 3 or into a 3rd CC. Meanwhile, Slammer is going to Link Speed. Now, Link Speed was delayed by a couple of seconds, but it is on the way, and we have no pooled out of gas. That is what it is. That is what is important. We have no pooled out of gas. This can lead into a Bane Bust or a Roach Rush or, again, a fast lair. I'm leaning along the lines of a Bane Bust. We will soon have enough minerals for it, and there we go. We have enough for a Baneling Nest. We have not thrown one down. Interesting. So, no Bane Bust here from Slammer. We're still building up that gas. What are we spending it on? The SCV is soon going to be zoned away by the Queen. We might be waiting for the for the Queen to pop out and then go for a lair. SCV is going to be hunted down. And it is going to be... Oh, wait, my apologies. We're going for a proxy hatch across the map, and we're going for a gas steal as well? Okay. We're going for a proxy hatchery here to reinforce. I'm still uncertain as to what this gas is being spent on. There we go. There's the lair that we spoke about. So lair is on the way. Again, I'm pretty sure we're just waiting for the SCV to be killed before we start the lair. Now, with this lair, we can go for dropper lords. If the overlord moves in, we can try to drop a lord into the main base. That would be an interesting variation of all in. Bunker is on the way here on the right hand side. You have a factory production as well. We're working towards the rest of our bio setup. Past tech lab. Marines are on the way, soon to be sim, I imagine, as well. But I'm leaning along the lines of dropper lords for now. But there is another gas on the way. This second gas. There's no shot we can't go into a one base muta from here. No shot. Queen is welding across the map. We're flooding Lings as we speak. Lair is soon about to finish. Yeah, with the overlord getting in position, the overlord is very intentional. It's got to be dropper lords. It has to be. But we don't even have that many Lings. How many Lings do we have? 4. Like, what are we dropping? Like, what? And we have a lot of gas. Okay, now we see why, with all this gas, Infestation Pit is on the way. Interesting. Infestation Pit. Not dropper lords with this swarm host, I guess. I guess our goal is to get swarm hosts outside of the natural and mass swarm host. Like, that would make more sense than rushing into a hive, for example, right? We're spreading creep with the overlord. Oh, God. Meanwhile, Frost is going for a 2-1-1. We're going for a 2-1-1 setup here, working towards, I imagine, an add-on swap here for the starport. Honestly, I really like 2-1-1 in this situation, right? It's like, we can be very active on the map soon, momentarily, with mass stim Marines. Swarm hosts are in production, as we mentioned. After this first Locust wave, this position is so vulnerable, though. Like, there's no roaches, there's only 2 queens, a handful of Lings. I feel like we can break this. With our stim timing, I mean. We'll see. We'll see what we get done with these initial swarm hosts. Ooh, 6 swarm hosts in production. 3rd queen has arrived. This position is becoming a little bit more defendable. A little bit more fortified. We're spreading creep up into the main. Let's go. Oh my god. We pooped creep with the overlord. Oh my god. The plays. Creep into the main base. Swarm host locust wave into that mineral line as well. We do manage to get a couple of SCVs. It's going to be 1, going to be 2. 2 SCVs go down, good reaction out of Frost. 3rd SCV does fall. We do clean up that Locust wave. We can head towards the natural, but here comes the 2nd wave. But again, it just melts before the might of these Stim Marines. Man with gun a little bit too good, and we can chase this down. Again, like, there's only 1 Locust wave available. There's 3 queens. There's only a handful of Lings. We can fight this. For now, Frost being a little bit more conservative here, just being a little bit more tentative with how we do push out. Maybe waiting for the next wave. Building on more Marines. Oh, and Slammer is amassing more of an army. We have 14 more Lings in production. That vulnerability that Slammer once had is not quite there anymore as we're diving onto combat shields. We're not going to get it. Good start of stepping here from Frost. Combat shields are saved. That was half a Locust wave. We have another half available. I'm not sure if I'm fond of, like, staggering Locust waves like this. As the army sims on forward, the Ling's going to be pushing on forward as well. But no Bailings. These are 0-0 Lings. Infestors on the way. That is interesting. But before we can get into those Infestors, they're going to have 1 fungal available. It's going to be close. Infestors are on the way. We do pull back. Frost has to be so careful of this again. Has no idea that a fungal is going to be available. And they come out. And there's the fungal. Does connect. Big fungal here in the Marines. Locust wave comes in. And the Infestors did survive. The tank gets shut down. A decent engage here from Slammer. Did cost him 2 fungals. And it's going to take quite some time for these Infestors to be active once again. Did cost him all the Lings. And we're still 1 base all in. As I say that, though, we are now expanding, taking that natural. Locust wave slipping into the main. Marines still amassing. A bit of an awkward rally here as, yeah, the Marines are going to pull back, thankfully, safely. Still committing to bio tank. Which, again, I'm not opposed to. At a certain point, I would also not be opposed to even dropping across the map. Like, what is really worrisome about this playstyle from Slammer is that, yes, sure, he gets across the map quite quickly with these swarm hosts, that's true, But unlike how you would be in the mid game with a Nidus Swarm, is that there's no way back home. Like, Nidus Swarms allow you to basically recall back home with your Locust Waves and with your army in general and defend. That's not available here. If there was a drop across the map, if there was any kind of harass, then Slammer would be in a lot of trouble. For now, though, we're just sending another wave into the natural. We are going for the tank. We shouldn't get it. Yeah, tank will survive. How many Stormers do we have? 7. Only 7. Slammer staying on a pretty low Stormers count here. I mean, we have Larva. We're going into a hive? What for? What? What's the hive? I feel like we could achieve a little bit more if we had more Swarm Hosts here, but no, we're going into a hive for, I imagine, Vipers? That's going to be an interesting composition here that I'm not fully in love with. Speaking of drop play, Frost moving out with a double drop, but it looks like he's clearing up some Overlords. Well, looks like she's clearing up some Overlords, my bad. Setting up turrets. Okay, we're going to be pulling back. Local save comes in. We do manage to get a tank. Good pickup. Good pickup here from Slammer. The local save coming in. Again, I'm still perplexed as to the purpose of this hive. Like, it should be... Like, Vipers would make the most sense. But Slammer doesn't always make sense. So, I don't know. Mining on 2 bases. Hive is now done. Frost moving out with the drop. I'm liking the fan out of Lings that we have here for Slammer. Is going to be able to catch this. And we're going for Ultras? 0-0 Ultras? Papi, what's going on here? As the Infestor does take a tank shot to the face. Locust Wave doesn't really get much done. Gets a Marine. 0-0 Ultras. That's something. Let me tell you. That's that's a unit, I guess. It is only going to be a singular Marine drop, and it looks like Slammer does have some Lings back at him to defend, so we are set up for this. I mean, again, Slammer saw the move out with these Lings, so is in position. Very well done here by Slammer. If this was a double Marine drop, it'd be a bit of a different story, but regardless, we'll see if Frost can get some damage done. More Lings racing back home. Looks like Slammer realizes how vulnerable he is. As Frost back at home is going for a Ghost Academy. Still in 2 bases. Should be expanding soon, though. Tara doing a great job at just tanking those Locust hits. But we will need to take a 3rd soon. I mean, I say take a 3rd. This army is looking pretty terrifying. Oh no! No, the medevac! Frost! Oh god, as we walk through the Queens and the medevac is going to be focused on. Barely does get focused on as well. Ay. Not like this. So rough movement there with the medevac. Again, I guess we're done with Swarmhosts at this point. We're going into Ultras. But again, like, there's no Evo Chamber upgrades. There's no Kindness Plating. You would at least think that we would prioritize Kindness Plating here, but there we go. Now Kindness Plating is on the way after we make two Ultras. Yeah. I'm not in love with the Ultra choice. I mean, on the one hand, sure, they may not have upgrades, but we have Infestors. We have Fungal Growths, so we can lock units down for the Ultras. They're good supportive units, true. That will help. But no melee upgrades either here. Against the 1-1, soon to be 2-2. I mean, I say soon to be 2-2. There's no armory, unfortunately, so there's no 2-2 available. But as long as we're ahead of upgrades compared to the Zerg player, I mean, it's still okay. Liberator's moving out. I mean, honestly, we can try to bully this with libs, like the army, I mean. Instead, we're going to be harassing across the map. Spores are on the way. Again, the Liberators were spotted by the army, so we have a big reaction here from Slammer. Getting into a bunch of spores. I mean, this is still inadvertent damage, right? Forcing drones to be killed or morphed into buildings. A lot of spent resources. Liberators do siege. Spores not quite in position. Drones are going down. Drones are falling. It's going to be 4 worker kills on the right-hand side. None quite on the left. But Slammer's on such a low economy. 25 drones. It's barely anything. What I will say is that thankfully for Slammer, it does have a very efficient army with these Locust Waves. Like, we're not spending any resources by throwing away these Locusts. Oh, we didn't quite get anything here either. Things move forward. Ultras are revealed. We've already got Ghost Live. Like, we already have an ideal army against Ultras. Even Ultras with upgrades, let alone without. Kindness plating is done at least, so that will help. This choke point is brutal. It's kind of working against Frost here. Yeah, the mining crew. As we do need to be able to break free from our contain. And eventually Frost should be able to break free. And I'm a little bit surprised that Slammer has yet to expand. I mean, like, we have gold bases. I feel like if you're in this position, you would rush into your opposing enemy gold and rush into your own as well. Like, Slammer has had so much map control for so long, there's no reason not to have taken this gold and this one here as well, and we would have been in a good position. We would have been maxed out, to be honest. It's like, this game has gone on for quite some time. And Frost hasn't really been too active outside of 2 Liberators and 1 Marine drop. So we totally could have gotten away with some expansions. But Slammer, you know, it's, yeah, oh, what do we got? Opponent in the Slammer cannot is Slammer's coping. I don't like, Slammer's not in a good position. This is not the time to speak. I don't this is ay. Not really in the Slammer. Oh no. I mean, outside of a good fungal, right? Like, a good fungal growth could spell the end of Frost. Oh, speaking of, very nice fungals. Oh, the chain fungals are real and a massive chunk of Marines go down. Oh, that'll do it. that'll do it, Papi. Jesus, that was a good, what, 30 Marines going down, if not more than that? Frost still has the edge. Now, what's important here is that was only Marine, right? The Liberators is one that's going to go down. Most Libs survived, Tanks survived, Ghosts survived, Marauders as well. We're going for Microbial Shroud. Oh, let's go. Defenses are coming in. A little big fungal in the army. A chain fungal as well. Second fungal does connect. Most Ghosts survive. And here come the snipes. Yeah, massive snipes going to be going off, and every Ultra goes down. And just like that, Slammer's army melts. And what do we have left? We have 2 Ultras and Swarm Hosts. That's all we have remaining. Swarm Hosts, they do nothing here. Not with such a small amount. Like, this is the thing with Swarm Hosts, is you need a critical mass of them to actually have Locust Wave do damage. And down go the Ultras. Down go the Swarm Hosts. Ooh, the snipes are brutal. And behind the Slammer finally takes the goal, but it's too little too late. Like, again, there's no excuse. These goal bases should have been taken sooner. They should have been taken earlier. Slammer hit by his own hammer. Oh no. I was trying to come up with something else that rhymes with hammer. I didn't. My brain isn't there right now. And yeah, now with this, Frost is moving out and going for the death march at this point. There's nothing left for Slammer. I'm sure we have 6 Swarm Hosts. What are they really doing? We don't really have any mining going on either for Frost, which is a little bit concerning. It's going to be difficult to expand, but there's nothing that we're really pushing into. Sure, there's 6 Ultras on the way, but what are they really going to do against all these Ghosts, against all these tanks, against the Liberators as well? Liberators did just unsiege, which is concerning, but there we go. The Freedom has returned. We have plenty in the air. And we just don't care. The snipes here on the Ultras. Yeah, they're going to be shut down. And Slammer needs bigger hammer. I don't know who was the size of them. Those are problem there for Slammer. But GG gets called, and Frost will take the game. GG. Well played, Papi. Well played. Let's go. Slammer, here's a fun stream. He's a clown. But it's, you know, it's sometimes it's fun watching clowns. It's fine. It's fine. Esther Slammer, shaking my head. Slammer has biggest hammer. Clearly not. Clearly not. Aye, aye, aye. But GG, well played. Again, shout out to Frost, by the way. You know, a cool, calm, and collected head. I do think that we could have been a little more active. I mean, we pointed it out at the time, right? Where there was a timing, there was a window where she had her double medevac drop, her stim timing. Could have been a little bit more active. Could have punished the first Locust Wave. That was the moment. It was the first Locust Wave that fell in its face. After that, there were, what, like 4 Lings? There were very few Lings. There were 3 Queens on the low ground. The 16 Marine stim push could have definitely punished that a little bit harder, and the game probably would have ended a little bit faster as well. But outside of that, you know, we handled ourselves well. The Locust Waves didn't really do much anyway. They crashed in and they took down like a Marine at a time, maybe a turret. I think they killed 1 tank at one point, but that was really it. The Storm Hosts were lackluster, and yeah, I was never really fond of the Ultra switch there. I would have been a bigger fan of it if there was an economy, but if you remember, even before Slammer had even lost too many drones, Slammer was only on 25 workers. Like, very low economy, very low eco game from Slammer. And I just bring that up just because, like, there was no need for it to be a low eco game. Like, Slammer with so much map control, like, what's the point? Like, whether it's Slammer, whether it's, like, Golden used to do this as well, right? Like, if you're putting a player in jail, if you're locking them and if you're containing them into 2 bases, take advantage of it, right? Like, do something with it, you know? Don't just tech, but expand and take the map and get up to 80 drones and max out. Like, there's so much you can do with that position. Nothing was really done. So, GG. 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 Well played. And with that, we're getting ready for our next game. Again, we have 3 games altogether here. We have 3 submitted replays, and now we're getting into our second replay of the night. We're going to be diving into Demi versus... Hold on. A barcode. I don't know who the barcode is. Wait, did Demi tell me? Let me just double check. Sometimes Demi lets me know if he's playing against like Haas or someone like that. Or Night Phoenix. Okay. Just a barcode. Oh, and I imagine the Korean server. And here we go. I don't know what I'm walking into, but I'm excited. I'm ready. Oh no. Not like this. It is going to be a Zerg versus Terran. After this game, we're going to have another submitted replay by Oreo. So there's 1 more after this. 3 in total. We're getting there. Shout out to Frost. You played well. Frost. Played well. Good job. As we're going to be loading in to side Delta. Here we go, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have our Indian Zerg player representing Maturino Esports. It is Demi. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Terran player. T-less, Barcode, don't really know who they are. Maybe we can piece it together as they play. It is Barcode Terran. Let's go. Okay, where is this going to take us? Again, usually if a replay is submitted, it's because some nonsense happened. Like, some real nonsense happened. And I feel like the last game was an example of that, right? You had Slammer clowning it up. We had Frost having to respond to that. And for some context, the name of this replay is called Dumb Game. Hi. With Ruffle at the end, ROFL. So that's gonna set a tone to what we're about to see. I don't really know what that means. Could mean anything, right? Are we gonna end up like in a base trade and like reset the worker count? Is it gonna be like Muta versus Widowmine, or like a BC rush? I don't know. Like, Demi likes it. He loves his mutas. Demi, he's the Muta king. He's the Muta king of the sea. Does go Muta whenever he can. Muta is a little bit less popular here against Terran, is what I will say, and it can be punished quite hard. One of the big reasons why you don't see it too often. You see it a little bit more against Zerg and Protoss players, more so than Terran nowadays. Not unheard of though, so we'll see. We'll see if Demi does embrace the Muta, if he goes into a different direction. We shall see. As for now, the SCV Scout is coming in. We're getting eyes on the natural. Demi just going for a Hatch Gas full standard opener out of our Zerg player. Meanwhile, across the map, it's going to be a Rax expand from our Terran. So everything is looking normal for the time being. No shenanigans yet, but I'm keeping my eyes peeled. Trying to, at least. I'm going to keep my eyes on the prize. As Reaper moves out, does check the natural. Lings are in position. We do zone him away. Third base to be taken. As the Reaper does dance with the Lings. And so far, no major losses here. I spoke too soon. One Ling goes down. Not a bad pickup here. From the Reaper, from our Terran. Third base has been taken. Behind this, we're getting to a third CC before Starport. Very economic opener, or economic follow-up here from our Terran player. Everything by the book. 3 CC before Starport. This can lead into Banshee play, can lead into something else. We could even go into Liberators instead. There's the add-on swap. And Starport should be on the horizon, is now on the way. Okay, so everything's looking as it should for the time being. From here, we should be going into a tech lab, into an add-on swap for Banshee production. Hellion should be amassing as well for some map control. And it's going to be on Demi to react, it's going to be on Demi to respond, and to keep up with the aggression of the Terran. We'll see if he can. And now we're just droning. Reaper rotates around. Ling speed kicks in. The Reaper is going to fall. Good pickup here from Demi. Does manage to cast the Reaper. And interesting, we are going for an add-on swap, but we're going Viking first. This is an odd one. Okay, so usually you would skip this Viking. Because, I mean, look at all this dead time, all this dead air here where we could be making a Banshee right now, but instead we're delaying Banshee production in favor of the Viking. Now, the reason for this is to hide the Banshee. Because the reality is that if you go for a Banshee opener, you don't make a Viking. For this reason, you would not make a Viking because it's just inefficient. It is just an inefficient build here from the Blue Terran. But because it's an inefficient build, it hides it. It does end up hiding it here from Demi. Viking shows up. Viking shuts down the Overlord. Now we go for the add-on swap, and now we're going for Banshees. And Demi has no reason to prepare for Banshees. Ooh, Roachhorn gets thrown down for Demi. Okay. That's a 4-minute 30 Roachhorn very early on. Behind this, we're going into mech. Oh no, Demi. You're an animal, Poppy. What have you done? Damn, it's been a while since I've casted a mech game. It's been a whole minute. And Demi, he noticed that. He wants that to change. It's gonna be double armory, by the way. Is this Quanta? Are you playing against Quanta right now? Tech Lab is in production. Are we going for a second factory? Yep, second, third factory. I'm feeling an add-on swap into 1-1 Thors. This looks like Quanta. This is the Quanta build. Or Quanta variation, my apologies. So what I'm expecting here is an add-on swap. So Tech Lab on both of these factories, and then we go into, then from there we go into Thor production, and then we go into a medevac drop, into medevacs as well. I'm curious if that's how this is going to turn out. I'm excited though. I'm excited. Hellions is zoned away. Trying to dive in. We're going for the Raven initially here from our Terran player before going for the add-on swap. 1-1 on the way. Again, are these Tech Labs going to be for tank production or for Thors? Is he a Chad? Does he go for the Thors? Are you really Quanta? Have we found you out? Quanta's a Korean Terran, by the way. And he loves this build. Spire on the way behind this. So it is going to be Mutas. Uh-oh. Muta against Thor. There's the add-on swap. What do you have? What do you have for us? Show us the Thors. Yes, let's go. Thors are on the way. It's a Thor drop. Yeah, there's a reactor. I'm pretty sure this is Quanta. I say pretty sure. I know that Ryung also does this build every now and then. Ryung has been known to. Maybe TY, but I'm gonna fall on the side of caution here and assume this is Quanta. I'm gonna assume this is Quanta. Let's go. Again, this is very, yeah, I'm not too familiar with many other Terrans out there that do play this. But regardless, let's go. Yeah, Blue Flame is on the way. Now, to be fair, if this was Quanta, we go into a second wave of Thors. Do we have, we threw down more factories. Do we have a second wave of Thors on the way? No. Tank production. Okay. So only 2 Thors. If this was Quanta, he would go up to 4 Thors. Is what I will say. He'd go for 4 Thors into a quad Thor drop. This is a different variation though. So maybe it is Realm. Maybe. As we're going to tanks from here. To be fair, I know that Quanta has been a little bit more tamed as of late. Has been more tamed. And here we go. The Thor drop is going to be moving out. Now, a Thor drop versus Muta. That's an interesting one. Do we have any mutas? No mutas yet. The Spire is done. +1 air attack is on the way. Demi, he has not scattered yet, but he has seen the mass Hellion, so he should be somewhat aware. He has more Hellions have arrived. We have plenty of roaches to help defend. That's going to be able to face this up. But here come the Thors. And dropping on top of the Queens, they focus them down one after the other. One Queen goes down. And upon seeing these Thors, Demi cannot make use of the Spire. Not yet. Not right now. We need roaches, but we need roaches and ravagers. And we do see our Terran player pushing it. And you know what? I'm gonna call him Quanta. We're gonna need some like replay analysis after this to check the hotkeys. But here we go. Hellbats, they do push in behind the mineral line towards those drones. Queens are going down. Roaches are coming from behind. They go for the Thor. Where's the pickup? Miscontrol. Thor does go down. Second Thor goes down as well. Where was the micro puppy? Where was the medevac? Thors are cleaned up. The Hellbats as well. We did kill all the Queens though. The Queen. No! Oh my god, that was so close. These drones. If the Hellbats attacked in that moment, every drone would have been roasted, man. Oh my god. Demi, you're an animal. Calm down. Speaking of Hellions, they do go for a counterattack here towards the north. Demi's on 92 workers. He can afford to lose some drones. And because the Thors just died, now we can make mutas. The Thors, they were thrown away. There was some miscontrol there. They were not lifted. They were not juggled. And because of that, now we gain access to mutas. Mutas are on the way. Tanks are exposed. Roaches, they just walk on up on them. They stroll up. The tanks go down one after the other. 3 tanks fall at the same time. A massive Hellion run by here. Blue Flame Hellions towards that mineral line. The drones. Ooh, the drones are finally getting roasted. They were meant to die earlier and they are being cleaned up. Yeah, almost every drone goes down. Demi knocked down to 69 workers. Nice. Oh, sorry, that's 69 army supply. Knocked down to 71 workers. Not quite the nice number we're looking for. Not quite. But the mutas have been revealed. We're getting back into Thor production. Thors are on the way. Yeah, as the mutas, they do pivot back around. They managed to pick off quite a number of these SCVs though. I played against that barcode guy. He wasn't that good. I mean, if it's Quanta, he's like 6k. I say 6k, like maybe like 5.8 to 6k. I think it's 6k in Korea. Demi is going to back up. It's going to rotate around. Catching a couple of these turrets. Maybe it's just a Quanta enjoyer. Maybe it's possible. Also, I'm assuming this is on the Korean server, but I know that Demi does sometimes. He does sometimes ladder on EU. You know what? Actually, I'll message Demi. I'll see if he knows who it is. We shall see as we do see our Terran player move out. At the same time, Roach counterattack here towards the south. Demi's still pretty heavily reliant on these mutas against all these Thors. I'm not feeling it too much. We're going for the base trade. Oh, we're committing to the base trade. Here we go. We do see our Terran player pushing in towards the north, towards that 4th base. At the same time, Demi going for the natural. Oh, but that is 4 Thors in position. Oh, massive Thor shots go off. Mutas are going down. There are repairs as well. As the SCVs were repairing each other for a moment there, they go for the Thor. Alas, we do barely break through, but that's some massive Thor shots there. Thor connections on those mutas. That is 34 mutas going down. My god. And Demi plummets in supply. Meanwhile, we can see our Terran player pushing in towards now the linear third. Moving out towards that natural. Demi can be the production. I mean, he's going to do well here in the main, shutting down these factories at least. That is 3 more Thors on the way, though. Link's coming to reinforce. We're pushing in. Up. And with the help of these roaches, yeah, we're going to be able to focus on these Thors. They want move commands. Oh, aye, aye, aye. The move command Thors, they get cleaned up one after the other. Yeah, rough rally there for the Barcode Terran. Bleeding out so many Thors for free. Meanwhile, across the map, we're busting into the natural. Busting into the natural, pushing into the main. As Demi forcing all the buildings to lift up. Scattering across the map. Factories on the way. I mean, our Terran player does have a bit of a bank to work with. We have 1 full mining base here. Demi likewise has some mining going on as well, but we're bleeding out a lot of tech. Yeah, we just have the spawning pool. Spawning pool and the Roach Warren, which is about to bleed out as well. And Demi committing to the base race, to the base trade. We shut down some of these turrets, bleeding out some mutas. Roaches, they hit the planetary. And if we can focus on all these turrets, the mutas, they can go ham. Speaking of, just camping these factories. There are 4 turrets left here at the planetary. The army turning back around. How many Thors do we have? Looking at the units tab, we have 5 Thors. 5 Thors, 6 Cyclones. But we still have to give it to the base trade. We have to shut down these bases, and we have not scattered bottom left. We've seen the creep, but we have not put 2 and 2 together. Our Terran players should shut down top left, but that doesn't matter. We have a mining base towards the south. Units are coming in. We get 1. We get 1 turret. We get 2. We get 3. Where's the repair? No repair from our Terran. Turrets are going down. I mean, they're trading for themselves. That's true. They're picking up a couple of mutas here and there. We're down to 16 mutas. We take control of the base. No more turrets. No more anti-air. Our Terran player racing back home. Thors are coming in. Mutas, they have to respect the Thors. At the same time, Roach is chasing down more buildings. Of course, they have arrived. They are here. Canceling these starports. Mutas, they have to back up. I mean, there's still buildings here in the main. There's still a CC as well. We can shut down. But again, our Terran player is focused on the northern side of the map, not towards the south. We've rebuilt the spawning pool, rebuilding the Roach Warren. Ooh, that may have just tipped our Terran player off a little bit there. So able to chase down some of those drones. We should be able to deny these northern bases, but that's going to be a kill on the orbital. CC goes down. And where do we go from here? I mean, our Terran player is stuck. He's stuck on 1 base. There's no expanding from here. We need to throw down turrets. We need to fortify ourselves and take another base. It's difficult because if he ever moves out, this army is so slow. It's just such a slow army, and we can get picked apart. If we move out, then we are vulnerable here to a base trade, to losing the base itself. So at least until we get a couple more turrets up and running, we're kind of stuck here. And that means that Demi, he can drone. He's droning, he's taking more bases. Getting into Roach production. And honestly, all Demi has to do is contain. If we can just contain the Terran on 1 base, shut everything else down, then we can win this, and Demi can max out before the Terran can. As I believe, yeah, we don't even have a factory right now. We have a starport. And what are we making? We're making Vikings. Oh, that's all we can make. Demi coming in. Spreading his creep. I mean, shout out to the creep spread, by the way, of Demi. Like, these tumors, they're putting in some work. They're getting out there. Demi almost playing with max map hacks at this point. With creep everywhere. It's a Hellions they do. Make it back home. Still in those 5 Thors. Still no factory, by the way. That's really what we're lacking here. I mean, we're lacking SCVs to get minerals for a factory. Demi, rebuilding, remaxing. Up to 36 drones. Workers. And just rotating and transferring our drones as well. And we just have to play it cool. Like, it's not the most exciting of game states here, but like, all that Demi has to do is just chill out, drone up, make sure he doesn't overextend. Like, if Demi tries to push into this, Demi loses. Like, honestly, like, Demi does not have enough. If he just apes into this planetary, then that is a way for the Terran to bounce back. So you can't get too excited. You can't get too overeager. You have to be patient. As Demi, he's being active with his mutas, making sure that there's no like hidden base, there's no ninja, there's no second CC on the way. Making the right call. Alien gets shut down. And from here, Demi, there's a couple of different ways we can approach this. We can take up into Hive and go for like Vipers and like Blinding Cloud and then push in. Or we can just max out on Ling Roach Ravager and then we can just try to force our way in as well. I think that would be okay. Just because even though it's not going to be an efficient trade, he's going to be able to pick off units and our Terran player won't be able to rebuild. They won't be able to replace them. But we'll see. We'll see what Demi does embrace. As he's already rebuilt the Roach War, and then we go Infestation Bits all the way. So it looks like he does want to go into Hive Tech. That is like a more secure way to go about it. So you can take it into Hive to go for Vipers. Another option here would be, would I like Swarm Host in this position? I'm not so sure. Swarm Host wouldn't be bad. Because there are so many Thors, it's going to be difficult for them to get much damage done. But it's going to be like 3 units. True. We'll see. As the Hive, it should soon be beginning here for Demi. Should be on the way. Well, it should be on the way soon. Oh, no, there we go. Swarm Host. There it is. We spoke about it. Okay. So we're not going into Hive Tech. We're going into Swarm Host instead. Now, with the Critical Mass of Swarm Host, the first wave won't be able to kill, but we can get, like, a Thor. Maybe, like, a tank. Like a unit at a time, right? We can pick up a unit at a time. Ooh. We do need a mass amount of Swarm Host. 13 Swarm Hosts are coming out. Usually the downside of Swarm Hosts, especially against Battle Mech, is that because the Terran army is a little bit more mobile, you can chase down the Swarm Hosts. But against Tank Thor, like, this army is so immobile, they can't chase down the Swarm Hosts. Like, the Locust Wave goes off and Swarm Hosts can just waddle back home. And they're going to be safe. Like, there's no big, like, counterattack potential. There's no punish here for Demi, for the Swarm Hosts. The first Locust Wave is going to be on the way. And we'll see what we can get done with it. Again, every unit killed counts just because there's still no factory. Like, there's still only the Starport producing. And the Starport is stuck on Raven and Viking. So, every Thor killed, every tank killed, it's not going to be replaced. Not anytime soon. And here we go. The first Focus Wave is upon us. And what can we get done? Can we get both these tanks? Thor shot's going to be going up. We dive in. We get one tank. We get the second tank as well. And we barely get the Thor at the end. So 2 tanks and the Thor as well. Pretty good damage. And we just need to keep doing that. We're good. Wait, we're good to go. The first domino has fallen, and you can see the other domino is ready to fall as well alongside it. We're getting into Banshee production. But yeah, that's all we need. Just a tank at a time, a Thor at a time. I know it's riveting, Pappy. It's riveting. Our Terran player here is that. This is some serious copium. It's true. Like, what is our Terran's win condition here? I mean, clearly he wants to expand, but there's creep everywhere, and I don't think we can ever push out to expand is the problem. We don't really have the army for it. Meanwhile, the Muses stay trade with the Vikings. A lot of Vikings go down. Down to 1. Locust Wave going to be popping up as well. And here we go. Demi's going to be committing. We're diving into the tank line. We get 1 tank. We get 1 Thor. And then we back off. So again, just 2 units, 1 tank, 1 Thor, and the Vikings went down earlier as well to the mutas. The army is just shrinking. As Demi just says, screw it, dives on the army. No GG, no GG, as Demi will take the game, will fight back against the mech. GG. And what was that game? Again, it was a chaotic moment there, especially with the base trade. I was not convinced by the mutas going for the base trade because there were so many Thors. But if you remember, I feel like a key moment was when... Oh, hold on. There we go. Was a bit of a delay on the horn. A bit of a delay. But a key moment I feel was in the middle of the base trade, if you remember, 3 Thors popped out of the production. 3 Thors popped out, but they were rallied to the corner of the main. And they were caught move commanding. They were rallied to the corner, and all 3 Thors were caught out. And it's not like they died instantly. It took a while for them to die from the mutas, the lings, and the roaches. And we missed a lot of shots there. We missed a lot of volleys. If we had gotten like, even if each of those Thors got 1 volley off, and I feel like we would have gotten more than 1 volley on the mutas or on anything really, like, could that have made the difference? If we had thinned out the muta herd, then maybe the base trade could have continued. We wouldn't have to have raced back home to defend. I'm talking about from the Terran's perspective. He wouldn't have had to have raced home as quickly as he did. Could have maybe kept going and kept killing bases. If you remember, at the time, the mutas could not really engage with the main army because there were 5 Thors there. He had to come back home because the mutas killed all of the turrets, all the missile turrets. But again, if the muta count was smaller, then maybe that doesn't happen. Maybe it's a different game. But again, it was a really chaotic situation. Really chaotic situation. Really, just a lot of nonsense going on. It was great. It was beautiful. GG. GG, Pappy. GG. Well played. Demi does take it in the end. Again, I'm not too certain who that barcode was. Based on their play style, I'm leaning towards like Ryung or like TY or Quanta. But it's possible that maybe other Terran players have embraced that. I think Ryung played that style in GSL, so there are eyes on him, and I'm sure people have seen that kind of mech composition before. I think he played it in the GSL qualifiers that we casted a couple of weeks ago. So yeah, GG. GG, well played. Demi does take it, and now we have 1 game left. 1 game left to go. Shout out to Oreo, my boy. Pappy, oh my god. Oreo, he has been laddering as of late. As of the past couple of months, he has been active once again. And Oreo hit Oliveira on the ladder. Unlike the previous game where we can only speculate as to the Terran opponent, here, we know who they are. Oreo versus Oliveira. Coming up next in a best of 1 ladder game. Let's go. Let us go. Catch you in the chat. Got any grapes? Oh, the grapes, Pappy. No GG for Swarm hosts. I mean, look, they're a barcode, they're a mech player. We don't expect GGs. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But here we go. We're getting to our final redeemed replay of the night. Let's go. It is going to be a best of one on Alcyone. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have our Chinese Terran player, the reigning world champion, the Red Terran representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming. It is Oliveira. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have our Australian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own, Bobby. He's one of our own. He is on his Korean account. Some know him as galleta, which is the Spanish word for cracker or for biscuit. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. It is Oreo. Close enough. Oreo, galleta, yeah, close enough. I mean, in Spanish, we call Oreos Oreos because it's like a brand, right? It's like a brand of biscuits. But yeah, galleta does fit. You know, if we want a biscuit, that's what it is. A galleta. I don't know why Oreo is like he's using a Spanish name on the Korean server. That's interesting, but regardless, I approve. As much as I'm making fun of it, I like it. And here we go. It is going to be a rack expand setup here from Oliveira. Meanwhile, we do see Oreo going for his own opener as well. Interesting pull first here from Oreo as well. Very interested here in how this does all pan out. Pool is done. We're getting into our first units of choice. Ooh, okay. Now we see why it was a pool first into a delayed hatchery into a more delayed gas. Is pool gas into hatchery, and we see it is for the initial roaches. Oh boy, are we in for a short one? I'm curious. I'm curious as to how many roaches is going to be amassed here from Oreo. Back at home, Oliveira just getting into a standard opener. SCV Scout is coming out across the map. With this SCV Scout, he's going to be confirming the late hatchery. He will recognize how late it is, and he should go into the main base for a full scout. Oh, but Oreo's in position. Can he deny the scouts? SCV has arrived. We do check the timing, and we do not go up the ramp. Interesting. Okay, so Oliveira has a piece of the puzzle. He hasn't confirmed exactly what is going on behind this. SV pulls back. The Reaper is going to be coming in instead. Okay. So Oliveira is just being efficient. He wants to save the SCV. He does come back home with it. And now it's going to be on the Reaper to confirm. A couple of Lings do move out. They're going to be distracting the Reaper, pulling it here towards the left-hand side. Oh, this is dangerous. Again, the Reaper Scout has been delayed. We dip into the natural. Roaches are amassing. And Oliveira still doesn't know. Now he does. Now he knows what's going on. Back at home, what do we have? A third CC on the way. We should be throwing down a bunker momentarily on the high ground. Reaper races back home, and it's not going to be too many roaches. Let's quickly check here. It's going to be 5. 5 roaches in total. Looking to gain control of the low ground. Oliveira setting up. Roaches are still pushing, by the way. We're setting Lings across the map as well. Oh my god. Oreo. Bobby. We're pushing. There's that bunker that we spoke about, bunker on the high ground. And all this should be doing here for now is containing Oliveira to his one base, but we don't actually have any factory base units. We can dive up the ramp. SCV is going to be going down. Managed to get one of these SCVs already. We're going for a second. Cyclone does arrive. We have to respect it. We back up. Oh, we barely get the SCV. But it does not cost us the roach. Just barely does escape. And we're still making Lings. We're not droning. That's what's important right now, is that we did see Oreo just transfer to the low ground, but that is a fake out. He is not droning. He's still amassing Lings just in case Oliveira were to scout that natural. Oreo's going for an all-in. He's going for an all-in, amassing Lings, waiting for Ling speed. Ling speed still is not quite done, and we do see Oliveira being quite proactive here, diving on top of those roaches. He gets one. One roach goes down. Ooh, we get the Overlord as well. Big pickoffs here from Oliveira. That does supply block Oreo. We catch another roach. Bit of missed movement there from Oreo, bleeding out 2 more roaches. Rough pathing from our Zerg player. That's going to be 3 dead roaches, the Overlord as well. Oreo just now breaking free from the supply block, but Ling speed is about to kick in. And we have been building up a mass amount of Lings, and we're completely all in. It's all or nothing for Oreo. Meanwhile, back at home, Oliveira's moving out. Ooh, this is ambitious. He does catch an Overlord, but really, is it a bait? Because here comes Oreo. We get a surround on one of these Cyclones, and we're going for the main army. We're going for the kill. Boys are being pulled. We surround the Cyclones. They get caught out in the center of the map. There's no bunker. There's no defense here. Biles get thrown down. Bit of friendly fire, but the Cyclones did fall. And what is there left to defend? There's one Marine on the high ground. One Marine is left. More boys being pulled here to help repair, to hold the line. There's a tank on the way, but we're breaking in. We're breaking through. The depot does fall. We dive on top of the tanks. We do have a medevac. We can juggle. The juggling is real, but what about the SCVs? There's not enough room. There's not enough room. We dive on top of the tank. Spar's going to be thrown down, and this time they do connect on the SCVs. That's going to be 27 workers going down. We're still flooding things across the map. The two Ravagers putting in a lot of work. The tank taking a lot of hits, and we're down to 8, down to 7 workers left. Good micro here out of Warrior. He pulls back. And we're down to 1 tank. 1 tank, 1 Marine. Oh, we do get a second tank, though. Let's go. The juggling is real. Oh, no. So we almost get the tank. Ravagers being focused down. The Viking lands as well. But we are down to 1 SCV, 1 mining worker. But what about the mule? True. But we have mules. It doesn't even matter. We're just flooding these across the map. The wall is not a wall. The main base is just wide open. We focus down the mules, one after the other. We're going for the Viking as well. We're going for the tank. There's not enough room. The tank goes down. And Oliveira micro as hard as he can, he's microing his heart out here. There's only so much he can do. I mean, he is on triple CC. True. Triple mules. I mean, the game is even. But, the boys... Papi, what are the boys doing here? I'm pretty sure that was a missed rally here from Oreo. But you know what? A couple of the boys, they wanted to grow up to be Lings, and they've arrived as well. They're putting in the work. There we go. They're racing back home. They shouldn't be here. Looks like the tank was repaired. It was topped up somewhat, but again, with all these Lings, there's nothing here. Not GG! No GG, as Oreo will take the game, will take down Oliveira. GG, well played. Let's go. GG, Papi, GG. He now has a Chinese name. That's more fitting, that's more fitting. Is it the Chinese name for biscuit? That's the real question. That's the real question. Normal man forgot to GG. He forgot, Papi. He forgot. GG, well played. Very well done here. Shout out to Oreo, by the way. Oh my god. Again, Oreo, he hasn't been competing like consistently or like in a lot of tournaments for quite some time. And he played in a Sparkling Tuna Cup, or he played in a, was it an ESL Open Cup? He played in a weekly like 2 weeks ago, I want to say. But outside of that, hasn't really been too active. But he's been laddering. He has been laddering, and is this the return of Oreo? Maybe so, maybe not. I know that for now he's like playing more for fun. He's laddering, he's enjoying himself. I know NXZ is as well. Whether or not they return to full competitive form, only time will tell. Only time will tell. Only Oliveira will tell. He'll let us know. he'll let us know, Papi. Oliveira will let us know. Otherwise, congratulations. Congratulations to Oreo. I do look forward to seeing some more games, maybe. Some more games from El Galleta. Maybe, mayhaps, in the future. Otherwise, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the replay. It was a great one. Shout out to all the people that submitted their replays. Frost, Demi, and Oreo. Do appreciate. And I hope you all in the chat enjoyed it as well. Hope you all did enjoy. Shani's name means Oreo of heaven and earth. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Oreo. Ga, papi, ga. Catching up. Oh, but yeah, outside of that, thank you so much. Thank you so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Again, this is a little bit different, a little bit special. Every now and then, you know, every couple of weeks, maybe once a month, we have a viewer replay cast where we just kind of accumulate all those replays and we bring them to you as best we can. But yeah, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. We'll be back tomorrow. Let me just double check our calendar. But I believe tomorrow is WTL. Tomorrow is World Team League, day number 1 of round 3. WTL, it's already back, it's already upon us. So if you're interested, if you're curious, be sure to be here for World Team League. Quickly just double checking, what do we have? World Team League, who's playing tomorrow? Let me just double check. World Team League round 3, we do have Team Vitality versus Starlight Twinkle. Okay, Starlight Twinkle, by the way, they did take down Basilisk at the start of the season, so that's going to be an exciting one. And we also have Offside versus Psystorm Na'Vi. Oh, we have lineups. We have all the oh my god. You know what? You know what? Let's go through this. We have the time. We have the technology. Let's go. I usually don't have the time to go over this. Yeah, let me just get rid of that. Let me just turn this on. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. So, starting tomorrow, we have round 3 of WTL. We have Maru versus Cristiano, Solar versus Cham, Ryung versus Rewhite. This is an interesting one. Cristiano and Cham have been doing quite well for themselves. They've been doing very well for themselves. Quickly going over what I was mentioning about Team Basilisk, we had Raynor took down Wayne, Cristiano took a map of Showtime, and Cham 2-0 Trigger, and Cristiano took down Raynor at the end of the night. Again, Starlight Twinkle, they popped off. They popped off in round 1. Can they replicate this success here in round number 3? That is the question. I mean, I just realized they don't have Wayne. No Wayne. Even though Wayne didn't win any games in the first round, I rate Wayne quite highly. I do rate Wayne a little bit higher than Rewhite, so not having Wayne here, I feel like does weaken this lineup a little bit for Starlight Twinkle, quite a bit. Rewhite, he's a great player, don't get me wrong. Rewhite has really good PvP. We've actually casted Rewhite beat Showtime, and even beat, I think, Max Packs as well. Like, Rewhite, he's got some killer PvP. But, yeah, against Ryung, I have to favor Ryung there. Cham versus Solar. Solar is the Serral Slayer, so Cham is going to have some wild builds available to him. And Cristiano, unfortunate that he faces off against Maru in the first round. Ay, that is a brutal one. Do I want to believe that maybe Cristiano can take a map? I mean, Cristiano's been impressing me, but it's hard to bet against Maru here. So this is going to be a rough lineup. Unfortunate matchups here for Starlight Twinkle. I do think that if we mix this around, I'm not opposed to Cristiano versus Solar. Like, I think that Cristiano could definitely take maps off of Solar, for example. I think that Cham could definitely pose a threat to Ryung, for example. But the way things are lined up here is a little bit rough. We also have Offside versus Psystorm Na'Vi. Offside, they have potential with their lineup as always. Euthermal is a wild card. Has Euthermal won a game yet? Did he? Not here. Over here, not yet. At some point, Euthermal is gonna pop off. At some point, he just needs to roll Terran, Bobby. He just needs to roll Terran, and he's gonna be okay. But yeah, Euthermal versus Geralt, Rex versus Max Pax, Firefly versus Spirit. I always look forward to Firefly games. I'm a big Firefly fan, and I really look forward to seeing him against Spirit. I mean, we just casted Geralt 2-0 Spirit, by the way. We just casted that. Like, Firefly definitely has it in him to beat Spirit. Rex versus Max Pax. Rex usually comes in with a specialized all-in, so I'm excited to see what kind of all-in he has versus Max Pax. And then Euthermal just rolls the dice, so we'll see what happens with this Geralt. Obviously, Psystorm Na'Vi are going to be favored. There's going to be some fun games here, though. There's going to be a lot of fun games. Offside, they usually come in with a plan, with some specialized builds. I'm ready for it. What else do we have? We have Stats versus Gung Fu Banda, Keen versus DNS, Classic versus Battle B. This is a hard one. Keen just came out of retirement. Keen retired, 100%. He retired with the disbandment of Kwangdong Freaks, so he's a big question mark. I'll be honest, I think I favor DNS. Like, I just don't, we haven't casted Keen compete in like 3 months. It's been a while. It's been a while since Keen has been active, so I don't know what state he's in, and I know that DNS is on fire, so I want to favor DNS there. Classic versus Battle B. Classic, I have to favor Classic there in that series. Stats versus Gung Fu Banda, I think it's going to come down to this. Stats versus Gung Fu Banda is going to be a wild PvP. Like, Gung Fu Banda, if he's on point, like, he's scary. He's a terrifying opponent. He's a terrifying Protoss player. At other times, though, he's very hit and miss, is what I'm trying to say. Gung Fu Banda is very hit and miss. He's either like a beast or he's a little bit, you know, mellowed out. Like, it's hard to judge. This PvP, I feel like, is going to be a big decider for this series. And I guess also the form of Keen as well. But I think this is going to be a close one. Like, Twisted Fairy versus Berserker, I feel like it's going to be a really good match. Who else do we have? Who else do we have this weekend? Let's quickly go over this. We have Platinum R8 versus Dragon Kaiser Gaming. Okay, Nickrat finally coming out. So we have Kelazar, Nickrat, and Goblin versus Hero, Oliveira, and Jeshi. Interesting. I say interesting. I believe DKZ have fielded Jeshi every week. Am I crazy? Yeah, they fielded Jeshi every week. He's not a bad player, but what I find interesting, for those of you that know, is that Su, specifically as WTL was starting, Su was picked up for WTL. Su, our Korean Zerg player, he was picked up by CranKy Gaming, and he has not made an appearance. And it's been 2 weeks, and now we're getting into week 3, and he still has not appeared. So I'm a little bit concerned as to what's happening there. I'm pretty sure the pickup was specifically for WTL, and Su is not here, so maybe he's gonna be fielded later on. Maybe he's just busy right now. Maybe there's like some IRL things happening, and Su isn't available. Hard to say, but yeah, I'm definitely concerned that I haven't been seeing Su. In this PvP, it's gonna be interesting. I think I favor I was gonna say I favor Jeshi, but Goblin has been really impressive. Like, he's been popping off here. Not in this series, but Goblin against Twisted Fairy here. Goblin 2-0'd stats. He 2-0'd stats in week 1, and this wasn't like a close to, like, Goblin was looking pretty comfortable in this series. Like that was a confident series out of Goblin. So he's been looking pretty good recently, so it's hard to say. Like, Jeshi likewise has also been improving, so this is gonna be a close PvP, I feel. Oliveira versus Nickrat is gonna be a lot of fun. Kelazar versus Hero. I feel like Kelazar is gonna have a 2-base all-in. We've been seeing a lot of 2-base all-ins from Kelazar in TVP, so I look forward to that. But I have to favor DKZ a little bit here. But again, really fun matches. I look forward to Goblin versus Jeshi. I look forward to this mirror matchup as well. And likewise, I want to see what kind of all-in Kelazar has, assuming that he's gonna all-in Hero. But we'll see. Just because we've seen a lot of 2-base play from Kelazar in turn versus Protoss. We have Mystery versus Basilisk. Who do we have? Strange versus Raynor, Cyan versus Showtime, Coffee versus Cyril, making his debut in WTL Season 1 of 2024. Let's go. Okay, the return of the king. For those that are curious, Cyril, because of his military service, Cyril was not available. He was not available here in week 2. He was not available here in week 1 either. Again, it was Raynor, Showtime, and Trigger. Every week it's been Raynor, Showtime, and Trigger. Cyril has not been competing because of his military service, but it looks like he has a weekend free. Cyril, his first match of WTL is this weekend. I'll be here for it. Obviously, we're going to be casting. We're going to be casting all of it. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see the return of Cyril. I'm excited to see if he's a little bit rusty or if he is still maintaining his form and he's going to be having a strong showing against Coffee. Cyan versus Showtime is going to be a close one. Again, the Chinese Protoss players have been popping off. I'm expecting like a 1-1 score there or something. Strange versus Raynor. I favor Raynor, but PvZ, anything can happen. Strange does have some interesting play styles in PvZ, some interesting builds, some unique builds. Yeah, I'm mainly excited for Cyril in this series. I'm mainly excited to see him back, to see him return. And then we have Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion. Ooh, this is a spicy series. We have Clem versus Beyond in a TVT. This could go either way, especially in the new map pool. I'm excited. I'm actually excited for Clem versus Beyond. Cure versus Harsum is going to be an interesting one. Cure has been having a hard time recently. Cure has been struggling a little bit more as of late. So I do think that Harsum has a good chance against Cure, more so than usual. So it's going to be an interesting one. And Skillis versus Scarlet is going to be interesting as well. Scarlet, she is not, she's very vocal about her disdain for this matchup. So I would have even maybe favored Scarlet more against Cure than Skillis. So this is going to be an interesting one as well. Skillis is also a very unique player. He has a lot of really unique builds that really only Skillis does, more so than others. So I'm curious if that's going to be a factor here as well when it comes to his compositions, when it comes to his builds overall. But yeah, it's going to be a good one. I think that TL versus Shopify is going to be close as well. I feel like it's hard to call which way this is going to fall in the TVP, and in the PvZ as well. This is going to be a one to watch, 100%. So yeah, exciting stuff here. Again, this is going to be over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 3 days of WTL action. And if you want to predict, !! Predictions in the chat. We have a link to our Discord server. We do predict in that we have a thread. We have a thread in our Discord server where we all predict and we do aggregate our scores, and we keep track and rankings of all the people that are predicting, kind of like a fantasy pro league sort of thing where we're keeping track and we're all competing with each other. Last week was brutal for everyone. Like last week we had a lot of upsets and we had a hard time predicting, let me tell you. But it's a lot of fun. If you're interested, join our Discord. Otherwise, yeah, it's going to be a great weekend of StarCraft. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We do appreciate it. Catching up. Perhaps it's because he's focused on GSL and qualifying for the next ASL. True. As for now, we are wrapping up. We're wrapping up for the night. We'll see you guys tomorrow for World Team League. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We'll see you then. Hasta luego, papi. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi. Ciao. Thanks for watching.